Alright, today is December 14th, 2015, and we're going to go over a couple subjects. We have like real amazing footage of Venus and the stars, a couple insiders from NASA, FBI. Alright, today is December 14th, 2000, and we're going to talk about ISIS, Jade Helm, Flat Earth, moon landings, bubbles in spacesuits. It's going to be fun. We're going to show pictures, videos, everything. And we have with us tonight is Skyward, Space, General, Germ, and Christopher. All right, you guys, welcome. Thank you for coming on. And everybody talk at once.
No, we're glad to be here. I think everybody was on mute mics on that one.
Okay, good. All right, so Christopher is going to show us the fake Earth pic from Earth through his filters, his amazing filters.
All right, but I also have to explain this, the reasoning behind this as I do this.
Of course.
What you're seeing here is supposedly one of the first pictures taken from the moon with the Earth in the background. Now, being a professional photographer myself, sometimes photos don't work out the way you want to, so you have to make some alterations to them. It's business. I've added people to photos and removed them. I've removed zits, dimples, added or slimmed people up that were on the beach. So anyways, this is all possible, but this picture is from the National Geographic website, and it's easy to see if you just take and add a little bit of brightness to it. Whoops, yeah, wrong way, sorry. Let me reset that. If you just add a little bit of brightness to it, stuff starts to happen. You can see that the Earth was pasted into the photo to make a epic picture. So I side on the side of this not necessarily being NASA, the liar of the century. I just think it's a photographer that did a horrible job putting it in there. And National Geographic still has it on their site. So.
Now, to be fair, wouldn't the horrible photographer be the person who landed on the moon that took the picture?
No. I think whoever...
Didn't the guy that supposedly was on the moon take the picture of Earth from the moon? Wouldn't he be the person that took the picture? Correct? One of the astronauts, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're the ones who took the picture. Someone on the...
Right.
But...
So how many crew members were on that flight? We have Buzz. We have... Come on, you guys. Help me out.
Neil and Michael Collins. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin.
Right.
Okay. So which one of them took that picture?
I don't know who's supposed to be depicted.
I think this is Buzz being the second man on the moon. Is climbing down the ladder from the LEM, and this is Armstrong taking the picture. Or it could be it's either Armstrong taking the picture and Buzz is on the ladder, or it's Buzz taking the picture and it's Neil on the ladder.
Right.
Because it's only two guys that went to the moon. Michael Collins was in the command module orbiting, waiting to pick up.
Right. So we'd have to blame one of them for this shit, right?
No.
Or we could blame the whole NASA. Well, who would you blame? Who would you blame? One of them or who?
Well, if I messed up, if I did your wedding photography and I added a zit where I was supposed to remove one, I mean, would you condemn my whole company or was it just
see, that's the
me?
difference. That's the difference between a wedding picture and the first picture of the Earth. I think that is not even comparable. This is supposed to be the first picture from Earth, period. That should not have been fucked up. That is the one picture out of all of humanity that should not have been fucked up. I mean, do you guys agree or what? General, Jerm, what do you think?
Well, to me, when he lightens this picture up here, what I see is these two white orbs to the left and to the right of the Earth, and that looks like a couple of bright lights low on a soundstage. You get a little bloom on the left, a little bloom on the right. It looks like there should be a row of lights back there, give them a little backlight.
I see
And
what you're
then
talking about. Yes.
yeah,
Sean, use your
you
mouse to show where he's talking. I think you know.
yeah you add a little of this, a little of
Stage.
that. You postage stamp your Earth in there. I mean, this is 60s. They were doing pretty good in the 60s. To do some stuff like this. If it
But
was me, I mean, I can
wouldn't you
put the
believe
Earth over
that's
my head.
okay? But wouldn't you believe that that's the most important picture that would ever have been being took for the United States of America? Wasn't that the most important picture?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Right? I mean, it's
you
epic.
know,
It's
we
big.
landed on the moon. You don't want anything falling out of the soundstage, hitting the astronaut in the
No,
head or anything like that. But
no,
if you think about it though, back in the 60s, who had the technology to do this kind of Photoshop? Today anybody
NASA.
can do this Photoshop.
Oh
But
yeah,
back
better.
then they
Way
were the only ones that could do it. So, actually for back then, it might have been the guy who was you got Bernie, he's sitting back there at his desk. He's like, "Oh, I could do this, Holmes." And
better.
slaps it up there. He's like, "I'll put a little postage stamp in, wash out the couple of stage lights. We got it.
Yeah.
It's good. The Russians will never figure it out." You know. So that might have been the premise back then. But yeah, I mean, it probably should have been done a little better than that big cut line right there in the middle with
But
an
my
extra little
question is
square.
my question is why even do this in the first place?
I can tell you that.
Fuck all the other shit. Why even fucking lie in the first place? Like, where
Well,
did that
okay.
first lie come from? That's
Well,
like big. It's
you
huge.
you said that there's no reason, or what would be the reason for them to do this, and I admit
No,
that
I
it's
know the reason. I know
oh
the reason why.
well,
I'm just wondering what was their reason why. I
yeah,
know why.
the
But
reason could be if I said, Rose, take a picture of this family outside with a low depth of field.
I
You've
don't care
never,
about all that. I don't
but
care
I
about
know
all that.
what I'm
It's a picture
saying
of the
is,
moon. It's
okay,
it's a picture of Earth from the moon.
what I'm
Period. Why
saying
not?
is that
Show the real picture.
this is a picture that's never been taken before, so the chances of them messing it up are pretty
Too
good.
bad. Well, mess it up. At
I
least you
know,
took a
and
real
we
picture,
might
right?
not
Would
be
you agree?
we
You would agree.
might we might not be looking at an Earth pasted in there. We may be looking at a poor exposure correction done on the Earth because it may have been overexposed.
Yeah, I think it was really overexposed because it was in a CIA room, probably in London or something, and they filmed this with Kubrick, and they fucked up. It isn't good. Back then
Yeah,
we couldn't look at it like that because it was on TV. Nobody has any technology to even see if it was true or not. So you had no choice but to believe it. Now with our technology and the filters that Sean is showing us, we're able to break it down and say this is original footage he's using right here from NASA, right? Is that correct,
This is
Christopher?
from National Geographic, so it even could be them
Same.
who added
They're
this for
they're
the
all
cover of their
NASA
thing.
and they both work together. So yeah, pretty much the
Well,
same thing.
there's actually
right.
another picture kind of like this, but it's where the astronaut is next to the flag, and the Earth is above, kind of in between him and the flag, uh, at a smaller scale than this Earth cropped in, and he actually pulled that picture from the NASA website and did on live on air. I think it was the Sharpening 73 with another kid that was interviewing him, and he did it live on the air where he turned up the levels, and that's about that same box size for the half sphere Earth came right into view. And since then, NASA has taken that photo down, redone it so that square is no longer there, but it used to be. So yeah, there's photos like
Yeah,
that
well,
officially from NASA.
yeah, and now if if we don't see that from NASA, then you would have to resort to, well, they just fixed that problem. But I mean, the simple explanation seems to always be the best one.
Right. I mean, you said it could be from, it's from National Geographic, so you see a little cutout square in the bottom, maybe originally in the original photo, the Earth's too small, you got to get it up there where you could see it. It's
I
it's
seen
kind
that
of
earlier. Good
right.
point.
It's kind of like making the bridesmaids a little bigger than the bride, you know what I mean? It's
Hmm.
like, you know, It's like, oh yeah, she ate too many cannolis before she went to the wedding. Now the bridesmaids are a little thinner than her. Let's just give them a little Photoshop
Well,
up,
that's I
blow
haven't.
that up there, give it a good look.
I didn't make that
Here's your
correlation.
focus. And if you look at the little box, it looks like maybe they cut it out. Originally, it was like, look how far away it is, and now it's like, oh, we'll move it up here and blow it up a little bit, and now Earth's
It would.
closer, it's bigger.
Well, because Earth is supposed to be bigger than the moon. So if you put it, okay, if you want to fool people, you'd want to use their perception. So if Earth looks smaller than the moon, like at perception wise, you know what I mean? The
Yeah.
first cutout at the bottom, people wouldn't believe that one. I think this one was more believable. They made a better choice,
Right, exactly.
which worked.
It's the second look around.
But
Right.
if you
Yeah.
if you put
Absolutely.
your eyeball on the edge of a cup when you're drinking it, you can make your cup look bigger than a house. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're sitting out back and you're drinking, say, a Coca-Cola, and you tip the can up, and all of a sudden the can has now covered a whole apartment complex. I mean, what does that tell you? Nothing. Perspective. Boom.
Right.
All
Well, I
right.
mean,
Well,
if you
let's.
just take the
Well,
reverse, take the reverse of our perspective on Earth, looking up at the moon, and the distance there in perspective, and the moon or the Earth is supposed to be like 400 times bigger than the moon, or 40 times bigger, and
Hmm.
so you should see that correlation. Like as we look, like when they're on the moon taking this picture of Earth, the Earth should not be that small. It should be, you know, reverse. Imagine the moon as it is in the night sky, 40 times bigger, and then switch places, and that's how you should see the Earth. And that Earth in that picture, in relative size to me, doesn't look that big. It looks way too small, if that's to be believable at all. Even
I
if
thought that at first,
even
but
if the
no.
Earth is cut out from that smaller square and brought up and enlarged a little bit, it's still too small, uh, in my analysis.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to cut anybody off here, but my thing's not so much where they cut the earth and moved it up over there. It's it's Buzz here. We'll call him Buzz Lightyear. He's
Buzz
jumping down the
Lightyear.
ladder, right?
Yeah.
Buzz Lightyear. He's jumping down the ladder. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm on the moon." Um, Happened to hit up Sears before I went to the moon. Grabbed these galoshes I'm wearing. You see these green
Nice.
galoshes that don't even match his suit here. You can
Yeah.
Chris, I don't mean to like tell you what to do, man, but if you can get that back to the main picture, his whole spacesuit's like some stuff, 2001 Space Odyssey, and then you got galoshes on with a couple of metal things stapled to the bottom. Uh,
Hmm.
it just doesn't look right. It's kind of like the Mylar thing, um, protecting you from the ultra radiation. I got the ultra radiation, deal that's protecting my spaceship, but I got my space galoshes on. And
Well, hey,
it's just like
did you
they
hear?
forgot that little detail. It's all in the details.
Oh yeah, of course. And did you hear about how a gallon of water leaked into an astronaut's um, helmet, and now they have scuba gear that they issue out to astronauts?
The astronauts now
Oh,
have snorkels in space.
yeah, we
Yeah.
talked about that. Our space snorkels. And I
Yeah.
don't want to go to space without my space snorkel, right?
Whoa. Especially when you have bubbles. Yeah. Coming out of the spacesuits.
Oh, now we're gonna get into the tether. Did you clean the pool?
Did you?
Uh, yeah, we
Uh,
talked about this the other night. We were talking about the
You remember
glowing
that video a few years back
space
that was
tether.
blown up about the tether that got loose from NASA in space, and as they zoomed in on it, it was reflecting light, and there was like these large circular, uh, like amoeba spaceships floating across it and converging on it.
I saw
nice.
that video. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Hey, you guys got some footage? Let's see
And
this. What you guys are talking about?
I've
Oh,
got
we
it.
gotta have Christopher enhance this because
Well,
he's good at this, man. I'm not using the Photoshop on it, but
when I first saw that video, I was thinking, oh, it's UFOs, and then it's aliens, or it's something else. And now, with a different perspective, that it's possibly even or it's definitely not a globe, and they just fake it in a pool. Those little microbes things are just bacteria and stuff floating in the water that the camera picked up, and NASA forgot to clean the pool.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they had Bernie out there. He was doing the Photoshop. They're like, man, you messed our Photoshop up. Now you're supposed to clean the pool. He can't even clean the pool right. You know what I mean?
Right. All right. So
That's
check this out.
Ignore that link. Let me get the right one.
This is a
Okay.
picture of the Earth
Well,
every day
until
now.
then, I have something on my checklist I want to go over, and that's just until you guys get the link, and then I'll set that up. But right now, I already have this one set up, and this is Venus that somebody filmed during the eclipse, and yeah, it's amazing. I'm gonna let it speak for itself. Here we go. Yeah, make sure I'm click on myself. Alright. Wait, oh, yeah, I do. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, this is the one where it's showing the transparency of Venus.
Yes, it's awesome. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, right here.
It's a couple of weeks to get over Earth reacting. That's why
Everybody mute yourself just for a second. We're not going to go the whole 8 minutes.
what we will say about Venus. Bankroll. No, this is the footage I have made. Was quarter to 6 in the morning, something like that. I was getting everything set to the sun. She needs to use water. She's waiting for the early. I was shooting at things in the sky. First thing, so let's have a look. Was a bit surprised. I had all these strange amazingly. You can see the blue sky behind you. So this tells us that Venus is not as far as they say. You can see the blue sky behind. And that's intricate patterns of this kind of wave behavior. You see clearly the blue behind. I've been a couple hours just watching it like mesmerized. Oh my god.
Alright, so he's going to pull it back to his window. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Right here. Okay, here we go. He's going to wrap it up right here. He's zooming out.
And then I'll zoom again. Keep doing this kind of same motions. It was amazing because I've been filming Venus since then as many times as I can. But only that Venus has had this kind of behavior. Very quiet since then. When I zoom, it's like Venus. I guess it's clearly Venus or something else. The only time I could do this kind of footage of Venus was on the day of the eclipse. I don't know if it's related or not. What I know is it was on that day that had this kind of strange behavior. After that, there's just some kind of light in the sky.
Alright.
That's why I postponed my.
Okay. So what do you think? Just by the footage, I know you couldn't really understand what he's saying, and
Well,
but just from the footage, what do you think?
can you go back to the beginning where it showed the actual transit in front of the sun?
Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on. So that would be the beginning. Oh, that's what NASA was showing. You want to see what NASA
Yeah,
was showing?
yeah. Show up, like right there,
Oh.
right there.
Okay. Okay. Turn it up as loud as you can, I guess. Okay, here we go.
That link on the side, Rose, is the tether incident.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Venus is not a planet. Planets are not transparent. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that, NASA.
Well, it's another NASA thing. It's not a sensical answer. It's all of a sudden it's solid here. It's rolling through this big giant mass, and then
Right.
back to invisible from
Well, you can see the line of the
Hernandez
sun
filming it from his window there.
behind
Right.
Venus. You can see the line of the sun behind the orb of Venus as it transits the sun. NASA actually shows you that planets aren't solid.
Right. It's like Christopher here. He's going to be my new best friend. He's going to make me look like Arnold Schwarzenegger next time we're in one of these chats. You know, it's a Photoshop deal. You can tell it's odd. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, here's how that works. Let me show you something. Because you're going to
Alright.
either have to admit that my finger is transparent, or maybe the light is wrong. There's me
No,
finger. Oh
we
my
already know
goodness.
this.
Oh my
We already
goodness.
know about all this.
Oh
No,
goodness. What is that?
Christopher.
What is
Christopher,
that?
stop. We're not stupid here. We're not stupid.
I'm seeing through
Your
my
finger is
finger.
transparent, dude. Hey, what's going on? I
You
can see through the
see
guy's
it
finger. He's got a glass finger.
right there. Right there.
We're on the wrong
Okay.
show.
That's it.
Chris is a
That's it.
ghost. Oh,
Debunked.
Chris is a
Yeah.
ghost.
Debunked. Debunked.
All right,
Okay.
Christopher. It's not
Sorry.
debunked. Calm down.
That's how
All right.
cameras work.
So, all right. So I'm gonna hear Kevin. What do you think about the footage of what he's claiming? Now, just to let you guys know too. I don't know if you heard it because the volume was really low. He says that the only time he got Venus that was looking like that was during the eclipse. After eclipse, it's just a point of light, like it should be. Now, if you go by what scientists tell us, what we would see if we look at a star, it would always be a point of light. But this was the only time during this eclipse that he saw this. Only time, and he videotapes it all the time. So that's interesting to note. That it's not always consistently like this. It was only during the eclipse. What do you guys think? Kevin, go ahead.
Well, I don't have enough information, but from, that video, that looks rather odd. I've actually had a telescope before and looked at Venus, and I've never seen that effect before, so I don't know. I'd need more info.
Well, like I just said, try it during an eclipse.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've never done that. I don't know.
Yeah. Who else is in here? Seckler. What's up, Seckler?
Not too much. I come in late, so what is the point being made? I just saw a bit of a video of Venus transiting in front of the sun or something.
There
Is
is
that
no.
what you're trying to say? True?
There is no point. I just found this video. I thought it was very interesting, and I'm just trying to get people's take on what they think.
No, but I just mean, what's the point of the video? Like, what was it showing? That it was see-through
Well,
or something? Is that what you guys are?
well, did you see
I
the
missed
video?
it.
You didn't see the
Yeah,
video?
I came in at the end of it. It just looked like Venus transiting in front of the sun. I didn't really catch anything.
You caught the other part. Oh, fuck. Okay.
The end of it or whatever. Well, whatever. What was the thing? Just because it there's like an optical illusion, and you could see like the rim of the sun through it or something like that.
No, there was actually footage before that.
Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, you'll see the star footage I'm about to show, though. That's really interesting, so stick around for that then, okay? Space, what do you think about what you saw with Venus, dude?
I thought it was pretty interesting. Just the way it morphed as far as when Venus was up in the sky and he was getting it there, it stayed a certain way, and then periodically it would kind of morph into, and the pattern on it would change to different patterns and sequence, and then would go back to its original state. So I thought that was really interesting as well.
Yeah. Incredible footage. Incredible footage. General?
I mean, to me, something just doesn't look right. It looks like, um, passing maybe a little bit of paper in front of a light source, you know, um, the NASA footage does. Then you get the guy who looks at Venus all the time, and all of a sudden, he's got this commercial grade camera that picks up everything. He's
No,
seeing
he said
translucent from
only
his window.
it was only one time, and that was during the eclipse. Every other time,
Okay.
it's always been a point of light. He does explain that if you watch the video on your own.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he's on it. He's looking at it, but as far as the NASA stuff, it just looks like you get a little circle on some paper. You're passing it past the light source, kind of. Oh look, here's this planet is floating by. Look at that, and then you can kind of see through it. It's like it's supposed to be a solid object, spinning through space.
Are you
Why are
talking
you
about the
seeing?
moon landing with the Earth
No, the
picture?
sun. No, the
Oh,
sun
the sun with
is
the
is
Venus
is going
going.
through. You're
Yeah,
seeing the
that's pretty
whole arc
pathetic.
through it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was actual NASA footage right there, and I've already co-checked that out, and that was actually footage from NASA. It was pretty
Right.
terrible.
So,
Yeah.
if I draw, I take my pen here, I got my Sharpie, I draw a little circle on it, color it in nice and roll it past my lamp, and then it's like, oh yeah, look at it, look, there it goes. And then,
Paper art,
I'm
paper
yeah,
wall,
I'm
shadows.
seeing my South Park roll through
Yeah.
my light on my desk. It's like NASA's like, you guys are just stupid.
I
Look
mean,
at
like, you guys
this,
are really
accept it.
awkward.
You're stupid. So that's what it looks like on the NASA side of it. The other guy's thing, I'm glad he was looking at Venus and not Uranus, because
Yeah.
dude might have some problem.
Maybe. And it's funny you bring South Park up when Seckler's in here. Well, you did catch
that was my inspiration. I'm trying here. Come on.
That's good. You're pulling. You're pulling.
He's South Park on a lava planet. What do you want?
All right. Well, you did come in to see that part of the footage, though, where you saw the sun and a little thing moving in front of it. What did you think when you just came in and saw that? Then, just by your, not even knowing
It
the
looked like
background.
a video. It looked like a video of Venus transiting in front of the sun. I've seen like pictures. I've seen videos of the moon transiting in front of the sun. I've seen videos of other planets and Venus included. Well, like, what is the claim you guys are making? You guys are saying that it's like invisible or something, that it's transparent?
No,
Like, that's what I'm asking.
It's what's causing that transparency through a solid object, right?
Yeah.
So
All right,
you're
let's look at this.
witnessing. No. You're witnessing an optical illusion. You're wondering why it looks that way.
No,
But
no,
are you
no,
guys
no.
actually suggesting that it's a see-through planet? Is that actually what you guys are suggesting?
No, I'm not
Because you keep
suggesting.
making like these shots at NASA or something, so I'm not seeing the connection. You think they slipped and
Well, if you
put
stop
something out
talking,
there by accident, or? Well, no.
Seckler, you talk way too much. Calm down. All right. No, you came in here late. We're going to move on. It's not a debate. And I'm going to show footage of the star, okay? So let's just move on from the Venus. We all talked about what we talked about. I think everybody was fair on that, except for Skywarp. Did you have anything to say about Venus first before we move on to the star?
It's just a planet. That's all it is.
Okay. Cool. All right, so let's look at the star. This is footage that was filmed with a P900. That's a very powerful camera. I want to hear everybody's point of view after this is over, so please pay attention, okay? And everybody mute yourself. It's very fast. Okay. And everybody in the Hangout, in the chat room, what's up? Let me see. Hold on, let me say hi to people. Dougie Mackinson, what's up? She said Uranus.
Merry
What's up,
Christmas.
Mackinson? Ravens, Infinity Expense, and whoever else is in there. Hello. Oh, Mark. All right. All right, so we're gonna go to this footage now, you guys. All right, this is really good stuff. Here we go. All right. I'm gonna go back again, just in case you didn't see the make of the camera. Anybody who's aware of cameras, like Christopher, I know you're really good with filters and stuff. I don't know about you, Secular, or anybody else on the panel, but it's filmed with a Coolpix a P900 2 times slow down. Okay. This is a star that you can't see with your naked eye. You'll see he's gonna pull out and come back in.
I can't see it. I'm pulling Secular's mic for some reason.
All right. So did he? Let me see. He's gonna pull. It's pretty crazy footage, man. You guys need a couple more minutes, or should I end it here?
No, that's good. And this is supposed to be with just, something, a P900 he grabbed off the shelf at Best Buy and zoomed in. You can see it, and it's a crazy image, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, let me get you guys' take on it. Do you think that stars are what they're telling us they are, or are they lying about what the stars really are? What do you think? I personally think they're fucking lying. What the fuck is that? It's supposed to be a point of light. Any star is supposed to be a point of light. So I'm showing footage of Venus being translucent and like not normal during an eclipse. Then I'm showing footage of a star that's not a point of light. Now I don't want to hear Christopher's bullshit about let me show you this light and then try to do a fool, because that's what they're doing when they show us the NASA's footage. That's all you're doing right now, Christopher, is proving NASA's bullshit. So I want to hear what everybody else has to say about the star general. You guys just come on.
I would like to debunk this when you get a chance.
Wait. Okay, I'll let you be late because you wanted last because you wanted to debunk. Okay, go ahead.
I thought, it looked very similar to the points of light within that point of light, morphing and making different geometric shapes or it kind of reminded me of you've seen those videos where they put water in like a shallow dish and then put sound waves through it and it starts to make different patterns.
Yeah.
also, changing the frequency with acoustic levitation, they can, make different wave patterns within the material that they're sonically levitating. And also some of the experiments on sonoluminescence, where they actually shoot sound waves through water. It creates a bubble pocket and light.
Can you say that? Can you say that name one more time?
Sonoluminescence. Light by sound. So it kind of, I mean, the only way I can describe what I saw there when him zooming in on that star was a combination of those things, and that type of morphic pattern, I guess, is the best way to word it.
Wow, good point. Fuck yeah, it's pretty incredible. I can see that. Skyward, what do you think about that, the star footage that we just saw? Do you think that's what? Do you think he's lying? Do you think that's real? Do you believe NASA, or do you believe that's what a real star could be? Or if you have a flat Earth and you have the waters above the dome, like in the Bible, the waters above the firmament, and then you have the energy light beam or hologram. I mean, I can go deep. Go ahead.
Well, what I can say is it could be UFO-ish, it could be whatever. I mean, depending on what kind of star it is, it might be like, I don't know, like I don't know what you would call that, a hoax. Anyways,
it's a hoax through a telescope. He shows his actual window, and he pulls out with the camera and comes back in with the camera. Looks pretty.
Depending on what kind of lens he used, it's very difficult to know what it is. All it is I'm seeing is just a ball of light.
True. Now, if other people out there have cameras, if you guys can capture this stuff, do it. We can't just go
right now.
Oh, come on. We can't just go. Hold on. We can't just go by one footage. We have to go by multiple.
You gotta see more proof. Where there's nothing to see. I mean, it's just a ball of light.
What's this for?
This.
Hey.
What's going on?
Hello. You think this is not just a ball of light? There is movement inside of there. There is
pixel. That's all it is. It's just pixel.
Christopher, if you're gonna make light of everything I'm doing, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
I'm not making light of it.
I think
explanation.
he's legit. I think he's being legit. Like,
the explanation.
Heckler, you're not even legit. I know you for a while too. Come on.
Okay.
No, I mean, just because we offer opposition to your point doesn't mean that
Hold on, dude.
No, Rose.
Well, you talk to me, Rose. Yeah. Sorry, I'm addressing you. You talk to me, so go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was offering an explanation.
I don't need a lot of. I'm trying to get information out there. I don't need you to. If you want to be opposing, that's fine. But this is not a debate. So there's no problem with me asking you a question, and you can state how you feel. There's no problem with that. But when you guys want to derail my hangout, when I'm trying to get information out there, I don't respect that.
Well, I think all he's doing is offering an explanation for it. I think that's all he's doing.
I'd love to hear another opinion. I think Christopher should go ahead and speak his piece.
Yeah.
Say his interpretation of what he saw. That's what we're all doing anyway.
I'm just saying that this happens. This happens all the time when my camera's out of focus. It creates what's called I think it's called bokeh. Bokeh. It's a very desirable thing for.
Well,
but if a camera,
you're going through a piece of glass, right?
Do what?
Right? Is that through a piece of glass?
No, it's just I've just backed up the focus on my camera.
Well, it's through his camera, which is.
I mean, is it through like you're looking through a window, right? Or
no, I'm just shining a green laser pointer at the wall.
Can you shine that? Can you shine that green laser pointer through some water?
It's kind of similar to what NASA is showing us.
What the water?
Remember,
I would like to see.
Excuse me, guys.
Hey, hold on. If you can't do that through some water, Ashley, General, that was an awesome question. Sean, is there any way possible to do that?
I would just want to see, it's real circular right now, and then I would like to see it through some water and see if it does this kind of same thing.
But keep in mind, guys, the guy that shot the original footage was going through a pane of glass. So first of all, that's going to interfere with the quality of it. Secondly, if you've ever looked at a star through like a mediocre telescope, even a cheap one, it looks like that water drop design. So you're not going to get a peer. You're not going to get a focused point of light with the consumer camera that he was using anyway. So.
Right. So I mean, I just want to see if he can recreate it through not a painted glass, but just a glass, just a clear glass. You know, you can go in your kitchen, grab a piece of glass, fill it up with water, look through it. Does it do the same thing that the Coolpix does? Right.
Yeah, probably. It'll probably.
Chris,
actually,
do it.
I'll
Chris,
check.
Do you have a glass of water? Yeah.
But you guys realize that stars appear to twinkle with the naked eye, right? Like when you look up because of atmospheric obstructions. So when that guy is zooming in, the reason it looks like it's moving around because there are atmosphere of obstructions, plus it's being distorted by the painted window. So it's not really a great, accurate representation of what that star is really looking like in that moment in time. If you get what I'm saying.
That's what we're saying. If you can recreate, that point of light through a couple pieces of glass and some water, it's distortion, so you can't really take either video as oh, that's a UFO or that's a star, or it's distorted one way or the other. And I mean, I just wanted to see his laser pointed through a piece of a cup or a glass or whatever, and take a look at it, because the guy was looking through a pane of glass when he looked at it in the atmosphere. So, hold the glass up, you see through a piece of glass against the atmosphere, it's going to be some wacky stuff.
What's this trying to evaluate, if you don't mind me asking?
We have no idea. We're looking at different footages and seeing what we can do to recreate that.
Ah, okay. No, it's not sounds like UFOs we're talking about, or that's right.
I mean, it's all thought provoking, man. That's what we're trying to do. Provoke a little thought here. I mean, if I can make a UFO through some glass, then awesome. If it's actually a star just out there and I'm seeing it through the atmosphere, then it's just distorted through the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean,
couldn't find a glass, so all I could find was this Wilson thing here, and it's not really clear enough to do any substantial
Oh yeah, you're
tests.
getting so much refraction through a laser pointer and the bottle or whatever that is. I mean, we can't even come close to recreating that.
Well, if I hit it on the wall, it does make some craziness out there. But
I mean, UFO just means unidentified flying object. I mean, it could be anything. Anything we can't identify is classified as a UFO. So. Like for someone playing with a toy drone, for example, in their backyard, I'm a few kilometers away and I see this flying thing from a distance. I have no idea what that could be. So to me, it's a UFO because I don't know what it is. If it's at night.
Well, when a unidentified aircraft is identified, it's no longer an alien ship, is it?
No, it's identified. So if it's like jet entering airspace of another nation, first it's unidentified, but as soon as I identify it, they know what it is. And yeah, it's no longer a UFO. It's a jet or whatever.
It's an IFO.
I think I just broke it on the UFO thing. That wasn't really what we were getting at. We were getting at that maybe there's flat Earth with a dome, completely encapsulated with water, and you're looking through the dome, looking through the water, and then you're seeing a star do some wacky stuff.
That's what.
That's what it was, and that's why we were trying to get him to look through the water with the laser pointer to see if you could get it to could do the same
That'd
thing.
be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool.
So
That is
what
why stars
about?
twinkle. So
Yeah, I'd like
just
to
so
see
you know.
it. All right, so we're gonna move on. I have a lot more subjects to go through, and I have limited time. All right.
Sorry, we're burning another hour.
Yes, that's right. So, did I show you guys hologram 3D Obama? No, I did not. So let's go there. Hold on. This is a 31-second video, and I was going over this with Christopher. Do you want to go over this? The Holobama?
The way I made that footage was
Your sound is crazy. Hold on, fix your sound.
Is it too loud?
No, it's
I
just
don't
like
know.
very
Robotoni.
broken, very
You
choppy,
sound like Transformer.
Oh.
very choppy.
Yeah, well, there's a clipping, like a reverb effect or something that's like a da 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 as you talk, kind of.
Am I back? Is it?
Yeah, there you go.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna share this real quick. Hold on.
I took the video. I wasn't able to make heads or tails of it.
Let me show this first
Oh.
before. Yeah, let me show this real quick. Hold on. All right. All right. All right. Can you guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is how. Wait. So Christopher. Sorry. Fuck. If they were gonna do a hologram of Obama, this is where it would have started from. Okay. So before we go to the footage you have, I want to point this out to you right here.
No, it is traditional for a president to have a portrait done, but never before has this been done in such detail. These are the most cutting edge digital techniques. President Obama has been digitally mapped in 3 dimensions by a team from the Smithsonian in Washington. As you can see here, immortalized in a bust but in extraordinary detail using a 3D printer. The photo shoot for this used 50 custom-built LEDs, 8 sports photography cameras, and 6 wide-angle cameras.
That's sick.
All right. So that would be kind of like the premises of how, if they were able to do Obama, like earlier I was talking about how the first time a president in the White House, in the Oval Office, used a podium and microphone to address, it's the first time in U.S. history. Every other time in U.S. TV history, it's been the president behind the Oval desk, in the Oval Office, behind the desk. All right. So when I first saw the footage of Obama, the last speech he did, I was suspicious of that, and I thought it was a hologram. Now, it doesn't mean that's a bad thing for it to be a hologram. It's not a conspiracy theory. I just thought it was very interesting that it could be a possibility. And so I just want to show that clip at the beginning right there, showing that they did do, with high-tech cameras, a whole, picture, whatever, hologramic type shit that they do. And Sean has footage of the Oval Office. All right. Go ahead, Sean.
Oh, you wanted me to show that footage? Oh. You have to use that link that I sent you. It'll take me a second to pull it up, so just chat for a second. Chat among yourselves. Oh, but I can talk about it as we're bringing it up. Like I said, I wasn't able to make heads or tails of it, but I put it into After Effects and just increased 2 of the
Go ahead, Sean.
the luminosity and the brightness. And
cool. How many filters are you using? The blue, the red, and the yellow, or?
No, on this I'm just using the saturation, so it's red, green, and blue.
Okay, there we go. Cool. Let's see it.
So,
Thank you.
Are you able to screen share better? For some reason, I'm gonna put the link in the side chat, and you can pull it up.
Okay.
There you go, right there.
All right. Hold on. 1 second. Let's go outside for a second. How's everybody doing tonight?
Very good. I'm doing alright.
Biffy.
Spiffy. Who says spiffy?
Me.
You.
Swimmingly.
Spiffy. Swimmingly. Alright. Everybody else doing okay?
Yeah, doing alright. Just I was in another hangout, and I wanted to cry so many times. Oh.
Damn. Why?
Yeah. Oh, don't even want to talk about it.
Oh no. Not one of those nights.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh well. Oh.
Alright, so here's the footage. That made me question and think that this could be a hologram. I thought this was a hologram. Sean is very nice. I mean, Christopher, sorry. Very nice to use his filters on the video imagery that I gave him, and so this is what he did.
And I didn't even get a thumbs up. I just noticed that. Just putting it out there.
I thought I did. I'm sorry. I would give you 2 if I could, but I'll make sure I give you that one. So this is the filtering. Go ahead. Explain to us what you did, Sean.
Just put the a filter halfway up the picture, and then the rest of the way up the picture, and it exposed which, in my opinion, I guess if you ask me, could be some chromatic aberration around the face there. Maybe if you overexpose any picture, you're going to get all kinds of noise and distortions, and there's one around the face. I don't know what it could be.
Is that normal for a face to have that? Knowing your filter.
It is a different from the background. So anytime you have a contrast change like that, when you blow up a picture, it's I didn't do other pictures. I just did this one.
Okay,
so,
would you say it's unconclusive then at this point?
Unconclusive.
Okay, that's fair. All right, let's finish looking at it.
Them lips.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't know he wore lipstick.
I think what we've exposed here, ladies and gentlemen, is that Obama is a carrot.
He looks like it looks like the Joker. If you look at the lips and then look at his eyebrows, they turn green. It's kind of Jokerish if you watch. When it goes up, look at his eyebrows and look at his lips. That's Joker shit, right? The Joker's colors. Look at the green.
Are you showing the video because I can't see it?
Your bandwidth may be too
you guys
low.
can't see it. Yeah, you should be able, because everybody else. All right.
Yeah, select rows and you'll probably see it.
Look, the hair is green, the eyebrows are green, and the lips are red. It's kind of Joker in a way, and I've seen Obama portrayed in that way before.
Do you think maybe this was planted by the Illuminati as like a message?
No, hell no. They didn't even know we're gonna. I'm looking at this shit. I don't know if anybody else is looking at this, but
you never know.
I mean, if it's planned, that's pretty deep. If it's planned, because it was just. I'm just, like Sean pointed out a couple of days ago on Neo's Hangout. He was talking about how, he could be in another country, and he wants people to believe that he's in Washington for security reasons, and he had to use a hologram. There's nothing wrong with it.
Even if he was in the next building over, it would make sense. If they could do it, why not?
Right, and I already showed you and I showed you the footage earlier how they did his head and how they were able to take pictures of him in a holographic, way. So why not use it?
They did it with Tupac a couple years ago.
Yeah, and Michael Jackson. And Whitney Houston is going on tour in 2016.
Bam.
Mhm.
There it is.
Bam. And they said they're going to use it for politics. Remember, Sean? I think I showed the footage.
Yep. I would say that it would cut down on the cost of convoys. You could just, if you were doing a live speech from the president in Thumbs Up.
Thumbs up. Yes.
If you're doing a live speech from the president in the United States, I mean, you wouldn't really have to get a convoy or anything to protect him if he was in the middle of Iran, or you know what I mean? Everybody'd be like, well, no, it's obviously not him. So that was my reason for thinking that they could do it.
Yeah, go to meeting. You know, he's gonna do a little go to meeting. We're gonna talk to these guys, those guys, and then bounce back. Doesn't
I
need
don't
to
know.
be that elaborate, right?
It reminds me of that. Reminds me of that predictive. Reminds me of that predictive programming. That movie Equilibrium, where the guy was a hologram on a TV screen. It's totally made up.
I heard something really weird today.
What's that?
Sorry to interrupt, but
Oh, please go ahead.
I heard that Donald Trump is going to get rid of the Illuminati. Hear me now. He said, in his own words, he's going to get rid of the Illuminati. How is that possible? There are limited people. There's like 1 million people. Anonymous already attacked him already. We don't know what the conspiracy is going to be on this or not. I mean, what's y'all's thing?
Well, I want to just quickly add another quote that you might find interesting. And I quote, "If I were to run, I'd run as a Republican. They're the dumbest group of voters in the country. They love anything on Fox News. I could lie and they'd still eat it up. I bet my numbers would be terrific. Donald Trump, People Magazine, 1998. Just food for thought. Please continue.
Oh, I'm glad I'm a Republican.
Well, I mean that goes both ways, though. I mean you can promise anything, and you know you got one group of people who are going to be like, "Oh, that's wonderful! I got free college," and then the other side's going to be like, "I don't want to pay for your college." And
you don't want to pay.
Right? It's like,
what's
you're
weird
dumb.
about
You're
it?
dumb either way. That doesn't.
It's not like we're
Either way,
paying the
doesn't
bills. Everybody thinks that the blacks aren't paying our bills. Everybody's paying our bills. Even Obama is using our money to buy whatever he wants. That's what I get. That's what we get for being in this country sometimes.
Well, you know, this is a good theory. You know, me and Space there have talked about before. Is, you know, in the 1500s, it was like, oh, we got to get away from the empire. We start our new country. If you stop any way of, you know, you're in your own little cage, and there's no more land. There's nowhere else to go and start your next country.
Right there, Rose. Yeah, right there.
Right?
Yes.
So, you know, if you shut that down, you're like, you can't go anywhere else where you can be free. Then it ends up getting, you know, tied in like it is right now, where, you know.
Have you guys heard of Have you heard of the Trump and the Simpsons back in 2000?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw that.
That's
pretty
funny. That's cool.
That's funny and cool, huh?
No, it's not. That's being very
pre-prediction.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's because the American political system has become a parody of itself. We're at the footsteps of idiocracy. The dumb people outbreed the smart people. And I mean, we're living in scary times when a guy like Donald Trump can actually be a contender for the leader of the GOP in a presidential race.
Rich.
If you want to hear a conspiracy, and I'm not saying I don't believe this, but this would be the most likely conspiracy going right now, is if the Clintons actually are giving Trump a kickback to completely destroy the fucking Republican Party.
You're actually making
if he gets
it's secular. You're actually making sense tonight.
Well, no, just think about it, because I mean, if he is actually going to be the opposition to the liberals, no matter who runs, they're going to win. Like this is a joke.
It is a joke, and I'm agreeing with you for one time since I've met you.
But you're a liberal, right? So that works.
I'm not a liberal.
No, not you. Secular's a liberal, right? He's a Democrat. That works great for him. Don't tell anybody about it, man. What are you doing? Don't do that.
See, I don't believe in either.
Man. What are you doing?
I don't believe in either side. It's all illusion. You have Kerry and Bush that were both from this uh, Skull and Bones 322, and one's running as a Republican, one's running as a Democrat, and they're brothers in a secret society. So you can't say that there's not blurry lines there. If either one that was going to get elected, which of course Kerry knew he wasn't, but either one was to get elected, you're still getting the same thing, different face, same shit. And that's what we've been seeing for years and years and years since fucking since I can remember. All right, I don't know how old you guys are, but it's always been the same shit. And there's always a boogeyman. There's always a fucking boogeyman too, right? There's always the Germans or the Russians, and then ISIS and the Cubans and the Mexicans, and there's always a fucking boogeyman, right? And if it's not a boogeyman, then it's a virus, Ebola, H1N1, swine flu, there's always fucking a boogeyman on everything.
Right, and like we talked about before, we're trapped in this little globe, and there's no more land, and there's nowhere else to go, nowhere to restart at. Then you're trapped here. They've conquered it all, and it's always that boogeyman that's gonna look at you have nothing. You're trying to deal with the lesser of two evils, no matter what, instead of, okay, I'm done with your bullshit, and I'm gonna go to the next little patch of land. If you can stop that patch of land, that place to go, then they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to find anywhere else. They don't want you to find the next pond.
And like Phantom Prophet just pointed out, mad cow disease, bird flu, swine flu. Exactly. There's always that one thing. Be careful. Everybody's gonna die. We're all gonna die. It's always that tip of the iceberg all the fucking time. They always want us titter-tottering on fucking what's gonna fucking happen. Year 2000, remember that shit? Everybody's fucking freaked out. Year 2000 is going to fucking restart all computers. Everything is going to be fucked up. The end of the world, 2000, right? Then it's 2015. 2012, right? The end of the Mayan calendar, right? It's always that tip.
2012. Yeah, 2012. But I mean, to be fair, a lot of that hysteria comes from the conspiracy community. Just saying.
It's not. It's put out there for us to feed on. It's bullshit.
Well, it's put out there by a bunch of people putting out YouTube videos. I mean, there are the people going on about the Mayan calendar in 2012 and the solar storms in 2011, and it's always a comet or the next date. Oh, exactly, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when we talk about things that distract from issues, I mean, that's the crap. Like all this hoax trend, everything's a hoax. This is a hoax. That's a hoax. I mean, it's okay to ask questions if it doesn't, but I mean, it just kind of distracts from real issues, Like, I mean, let's get to the
well, yeah, I get that, but real issues is that we're being fucking duped as well. So we do have to stay focused on that, but we shouldn't only be focused on that. But I'm gonna move on to other people on the panel. Go ahead, Space.
Are you guys talking about hoaxes now? Sorry, I just got back. Had to reboot.
No, I'm gonna go into Ashley. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
What's going on with our no more land left? You can't do anything. You can't go anywhere. Everything's a hoax. Everything's the next flu. Everything's the next catastrophe. The panic, and then Spec there is like, oh no, it's conspiracy theorists that are amping this stuff up, and that's what perpetuates it.
Mm-hmm.
So could anyone expand on like those things like Ebola or swine flu? Because I'm more new to this kind of stuff. So.
Oh, you don't know about swine flu?
No, not in the sense of not how you're putting it.
All right, let me put it like this. I'm gonna do it very quickly. Okay, you remember Ebola?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what happened to it?
People in Africa got sick from this
No, where is it?
virus, and
No, I know that. Where is it now? What happened to it now? Have you heard anything about it
it's
now?
it's still central in Africa, I think. I'm not too sure.
Okay, okay, but what they try to do is do fear porn on
Panic.
us
It's a
in the
panic
United
attack.
States. Yeah, it is a panic attack. It gives you anxiety, it gives you fear, where you feel you have to always use hand sanitizer, you always have to be careful if somebody's coughing around you. You're always on alert. Um,
Okay.
and that's not good for your body. Now, is that good for your body to always have stress and fear and panic? Should you live like that?
No,
No.
no, 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 of course
So
not.
it's to get your defense. It takes your defenses down. It makes you weak. So you have to look at that like it could be part of the agenda to make us weaker. Just like what they use chemtrails, they use fluoride, they use GMOs, they use, you know, lies and everything that you know of. It's all just like a big, massive program as far as I'm concerned. You guys don't all have
He,
to agree with me.
he's not used to it. He hasn't seen it quite as much as we have, but it's always just a shell game. It's a distraction. It's like, oh no, this ain't going that way, so it's swine flu, or it's not going the don't look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Look at bird flu. Don't look at that. Look at Ebola. You know, it's not going exactly how we want it to do. You need to switch your fear, your focus over to something else, and
It's
that's
fear
what
porn.
it me. You know, it's that sleight of hand. It's a what ball's under the cup, and that's what they do with those sort of things. It's like, oh no, this is not going exactly how we want it to go. So, oh, there's a mass shooting somewhere. There's something else there.
Diversion. It's diversion. And when they're using diversion, you have to think of why. Why are they using
Classic
diversion?
psyops.
Classic. I mean, if you're not even up on that, I cannot even. There's only so much I can do for you. Like,
Problem
it
reaction.
is classic. Yes. Red Circus. I mean,
I think the first staged.
dry.
I think the first staged hoax event was the overtaking of the compound in Waco, Texas. I think that's the first time the national media
No,
has
it
gotten
was
involved
Japan.
with a hoax.
Hiroshima. No, Hiroshima.
Oh,
Pearl Harbor.
Titanic, Lusitania.
Titanic. Yeah. Yeah, Titanic. Now, remember the Malaysian flights that disappeared and they had the patents for that shit? Where on the Titanic they had a whole, like, hundreds of scientists that were involved in a whole bunch of stuff and they all died on that ship. A lot of people don't talk about that. A lot of scientists died over, I forgot what it was about, but
Are you talking
just
about the
type in
Philadelphia
scientists
experience?
die.
No, also
No, totally
who
different.
went
I know
down.
that like the back of my ass. I know the Philadelphia experiment, and I can get in deep on that one. But no, I'm not talking about that. The Titanic. There was a whole bunch of scientists on there, and I forgot what they had.
It wasn't scientists. It was wealthy capitalist free market men who
They own the stocks.
built their fortunes out of the greatest expansion with the Industrial Revolution.
I heard something along those lines also with the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know if that's a serious thing,
No,
but
that's different. That's kind of like where you have the planes that fly over the Bermuda Triangle, and like they can lose their the whole compass goes off all wacky. The islands, they get turned around, kind of like Lost, and that's totally different. Totally different. I think that's more like a magnetic pull within the Earth or something that it makes all the electronics go off all wacky because of the magnetic pull. Yeah, that's totally different.
okay.
Yeah, what you need to do, man, is when he's talking about the Titanic, look up the list, the passenger list for that, and who was, involved in the Federal Reserve and who was not.
Yeah.
It's a
The
whole
most,
Rockefeller thing. We could sit here for 6 hours talking about that.
Oh,
And JP
Rockefeller's
a lot of
pretty
Morgan,
debated.
Rockefeller.
a lot of big names died on that ship. I believe that that was intentional. It wasn't just an iceberg and they hit it. Oh, pretty story, you know. Yeah, no.
They've still got pictures of
Pretty
the
story.
Titanic. They've still got pictures of the
Well, they
Titanic. It
try to
didn't
make
go
it.
down.
Okay, but with Leonardo DiCaprio and
No,
you
no,
know
no,
they're doing
no,
the
no.
drawings and they're falling in love. No, I'm not. I know. Hold on, Christopher. What I mean by pretty story is if you ever watched the movie The Titanic, they try to make it like you know you cry at the end. Supposedly people do that. You know, it's a love story. It's so
Yeah, it's a movie.
dramatic, but it's a lot more sinister than you understand. A
I
lot more
don't think it
sinister.
went
Well,
down.
no, I understand what you're saying.
I
So,
don't
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt on this, but you know, it's something that has been brought to my attention about that is a really good theory or objective view on it is what space has here on that, you know, how it happened, how it went down. You know, you've looked into it more than me. I've been looking into it for the past couple of days since you brought it up. But if you want to elaborate on that a little bit, you know a lot about it, man. If you just want to, you know, speak your mind on it, that'd be great.
Yeah,
And
space. That'd be great.
let everybody else know about it.
Thank you. Yeah. Are you talking about space?
Yeah, did Space lose it again? Did he lose his
I don't
connection?
know.
He's in the middle of nowhere. He's out there in you know, the Lost Lands, I guess. But more or less, what it was J.P. Morgan, you know, pretty much invited everybody in to go, you know, come to the Titanic, you know, take this cruise. We're gonna go talk about a bunch of stuff, and then at the last minute, he pulled out. He survived, you know, all these financiers and really rich people, influential people of the times, you know, went down with the ship. So, you know, he basically, you know, got everybody out there. You know, ship went down. Whoops, and you know, all his opposition was gone. You know, you're talking about what 1918, right? Something back then. It would be easy to pull off something like that in 1918. It's not so easy to pull something like that off nowadays. You know, because there'd be too many eyes on it. But back then, you know, you could do that. It's just like you know, when they talk about political suicide nowadays. You know, you go out there, you oppose the Illuminati, whatever it is that you want to, the ruling class. You oppose
Right.
them so much until you piss them off, and then you might disappear. And you know, it was just the easy way back in you know, the 1900s. You just get everybody on the ship. You're like, oh yeah, you don't agree with me. We're not making money this way. We're controlling things that way. And whoops, you sank, and you're all dead.
How about if I gave you and your family a free trip to Spain or
Not
across
happening.
the
I'm
Atlantic?
not going
Because
on it. You know what I mean?
back then they would. They'd be like, wow, this is amazing because it was new,
Right.
it was
I mean,
fresh, it was a
and
fresh idea. Now you have so many boats out there, it's disgusting. They're littering our ocean with feces and waste from these boats. Has anybody even looked into what cruise ships are actually doing to our water?
No?
No, of course
yeah,
not.
Not at all.
yes, they
Not
have.
even talking about it.
You can research studies. You probably won't like it because it'll lead to like evidence for climate change and stuff, but you probably
No,
deny.
there's
So
no climate. There is no. Well, no.
well,
We're not
I
going to
mean,
talk out.
the thing about
well, then
climate
what
change
we're
is, you know, you can have one volcano eruption that
We're not going to
does
talk. We're going to
years
talk.
worth
We're
of
not going to talk
damage.
about Al Gore type environmental like climate change. We're not going to do that. Al Gore shit is bullshit. Now there is changes, yeah. There's changes to the pollution, cutting down the trees, the What about the oil spill in the Gulf?
Didn't happen.
You don't think that's gonna? It didn't happen.
Those are hoaxes. Didn't you
That's
hear
a
that?
hoax?
Didn't you hear that? They're all
Happen.
hoaxes too.
Hello?
Could
Okay.
be.
Well,
Well,
there's
could have
people
been.
that said they were all hoaxes. I'm serious. There's
Yeah.
videos out there. YouTube
Maybe,
videos.
maybe. I don't know. I have not entertained that idea.
I live in Florida on the coast, and I never saw any oil come up on shore, so I can say that from personal
Really?
experience.
Good
Wow.
for you. Good for you. That's good. That's good to hear. I
They were
hope it
down
is a
here.
hoax
They
because
were
that's
down
a
here
hoax.
handing out checks to people that supposedly they're businesses. They were giving out checks to hotels, people that did the cleaning service, got like $20,000 each,
Mm-hmm.
and I never saw one drop, not one.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna move on. I have we're gonna have to move on to the FBI if you guys don't mind. Is that cool?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so this is a 2-minute 57-second video. I try to keep the video short, you know, because I have shit I want to cover. I don't have time, but so listen to what they have to say. I think this was pointed out by my friend Chris, and I want to get everybody's take on this. Now, everybody here, I want to hear what you have to say. So listen and tell me.
Reported as suspicious purchase. Good evening, I'm Daniel Wynn.
And I'm Jillian Furtick. Columbia police say someone called them after several men bought at least 50 prepaid cell phones from the store. ABC 70's Taylor Petras joins us now live from the Walmart on Conley Road where this happened. Taylor, a similar situation happened hours later at another Missouri Walmart.
Yes, Jillian.
Damn, she looks like a hologram. No, let me stop.
Other suspicious purchase
She
happened in
does.
Lebanon, Missouri, just about 2 hours south of Columbia. Police were
Doesn't she? Okay. She kind of does. All right.
notified and
She
two
did
men
no
were taken
job.
into custody, but they legally for anything. I'm a security expert who says we should always report any suspicious activity that we see.
Yeah, let's tell on each other. Always
Probably
telling
reptilian.
everybody.
Probably
Yeah, she
reptilian or
could be. She's gonna stick out her tongue in a minute.
I'm in the wrong channel. You guys are going to tell on me, and then you are going to have a holographic nose job done on me, and nobody's going to know who I am.
You know it, right? All right. Okay, I'm gonna finish.
Earlier this week, Columbia police got a call about an odd purchase at a Columbia Walmart.
If you notice, they never show us anything. Okay, I just want to point this out. This is okay.
What are
Look, they
those?
show nothing. They show a
Got some
whole.
dope. He's
What
got
are they
some
showing
dope
here?
shoes. Walmart shoes.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We get to there. But hold on. They're showing us a flash of Walmart parking lot. Nothing. I see nothing happening here, but a whole bunch of fucking cars. Next is just gonna be a police car. Oh, and his shoes. Yeah. I'm just gonna see his shoes. I see nothing going on here. Like, I don't know. Is this supposed to be some symbolism? I don't fucking know what's going on with this. Like
Report them
duality.
shoes, man. That guy is too
Why
dumb
not?
to know how to
What
tie
the
his
fuck's going
shoes.
on?
Rose.
And look at his pants. He just walking like a tartar. Okay.
Do you know what that is right there? That is the crest. That is the old ancient crest of the old order of the 4-H Club. That is a secret society.
Oh god.
Common Core. Learn how to tie your shoes.
I thought it was more butterfly mind control shit going on here. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Oh, and what's this? Is there a dot on his shoe?
Poop
I
stain.
mean, what happened? Was he in an ink fight? Was he in an ink fight? I don't know. Okay.
He fought the Kraken
Alright,
before
this
he
is
went
funny.
to Walmart.
Oh fuck. I would believe nothing this guy's
Man
saying.
who didn't want to be identified
I'm sure.
says he saw the whole thing happen.
Right then and there, I kind of knew.
I don't trust you.
There's something not adding up about this. It's not right.
Well, I'm not even seeing real footage.
Is that half of a cell phone case? It
Now
is.
what they're showing to us right here, okay, if you ever seen like crime scene like documentaries where they're doing like not the real footage, but they're like
Reenactments.
okay, we're seeing reenactments in the news. This is what this is. All right, who is she? We don't fucking know. What is that in her hand?
That's half
Well,
of a
All
cell
right.
phone case.
Phone's
I
down.
can't hear it. Like, what did the guy supposedly buy? Like, what's the suspicious package? I'm missing that part.
He bought 50 cell phone
Hold on.
cards at one time.
Okay, go.
It was reported to the Columbia Police Department on Monday.
I think on its surface that's suspicious, and I think if I had seen the same thing, I would have probably called somebody also.
Security expert Paul Fenenwald says it's our job as citizens to report any suspicious activity.
Everybody has to be aware of what's going on, keeping their eyes open, and if they see something that just doesn't seem right, for whatever reason, just doesn't look right, tell somebody about it.
Fenenwald says the prepaid phones make it difficult for law enforcement to track, and he says the phones could be used as a trigger for a bomb.
That's the first thing that ran to my mind is something bad could happen. You know, they could use these phones for terrorists and terrorist acts.
If we're going to prevent that next terrorist attack, especially the next terrorist attack in Columbia, Missouri, or Boone County, it's not going to be the FBI, it's not going to be law enforcement, it's going to be the viewers of this are going to be the ones that are going to be the key to preventing that from happening.
Now, I reached out to Walmart corporate today to talk about both the incidents at the Walmarts in Missouri
Why is the
this
screen
weekend.
black?
I want phones customers can buy before suspicions arise. They referred me back to police here as the investigation is ongoing. Reporting live in Columbia, ABC 17 News.
Thanks, Taylor. In the terror attack on commuter trains in Madrid in 2004 and in a number of other
I
attacks.
just noticed that she didn't blink.
I mean, I'd be scared shitless too if somebody stole my neck and never reported it. Like that guy with the white mustache, they stole my neck and nobody reported it. I'd report everybody who steals some necks. You know, right? I mean, it's like obvious. Then they show a little cut scene of some military guys. They're looking for a dude with the mustache's neck, and you know, case solved. You know, they're gonna unleash some bombs. They stole his neck. You know,
Unleash some
that's how
bombs.
it's gonna be. They're using
Kevin, what do you think about that?
bomb.
Yeah.
About
Kevin.
what? The video?
What you just saw, dude. Yeah.
It seemed like a typical report about, you know, a bunch of cell phones being stolen. That's all I have to say, I guess.
It wasn't even cell phones, man. It was just cell phone cards. They bought like 50 cell phone cards.
And you have to activate those at the register anyways for them to be valid. Everybody who uses Straight Talk knows that.
Oh, was it the cards? Huh. It was in Colombia too, right?
You have to.
Right.
It's kind of like activating a gift card.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You have to swipe them.
You can't track that. What are you talking about? It's
Not if you pay in
invisible.
cash.
Can't track them.
Invisible. Not like
No.
Walmart has a single security
It's
camera in that
invisible
place.
enough. No, it's invisible enough. Like, you're really getting away with anything you want to by getting one of those. You get away with murder.
That's right. I can't buy mac and cheese at
All right.
Walmart without them going, "You sure you bought that mac and cheese? Or are you using that as a weapon of mass destruction?"
I don't know. All right.
What's your take
So,
on it,
let's move
Rose?
on.
Let's hear it. What do you think? Break out that story.
What's my take?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
stool?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No, break out your
Yeah,
take
yeah,
on it.
what? Yeah, alright. Well, this is what I think. I think it's all bullshit. It's all to get us scared to go to Walmart, scared for us to go shopping, scared for your kids to go to school, scared to go to university, scared to go outside in public because, you know what, there just might be an ISIS militia like across the street from my house. I mean, might try to kill me. I'm just trying to go grocery shopping.
I must have missed something in that story because I thought it was just about
that's what I
cell
think.
phone SIM cards.
That was
What?
a helicopter.
Well, that's what it is about. It's about creating fear. It's about creating fear. They bought them at Walmart, so obviously ISIS must have been in Walmart to buy a car. Fuck.
Fucking ISIS,
You know?
Mark.
Fucking ISIS right in the
Fucking
fucking
always
Walmarts
there.
now, eh?
Hey, Rose,
Yep,
Rose,
right
I'd
in
ask
Walmart
you,
now.
Yeah.
what was your response? I didn't get
Yeah,
to
fuck
see
it.
the response. What was ISIS? Because I asked you that question and I didn't get to see your
Oh,
reply.
no problem. Oh, I already did
Yeah, I just
reply,
didn't
but
see
I'll
it.
reply again. Yeah, it's Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Yep, ISIS. Oh, and actually, I have a video on that. Thank you for bringing that up. So we're gonna move on to the CIA. What do
It's
you guys think
actually
about that?
ISIL. I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
Oh, it's ISIL now, but at first it was ISIS. So let's stay with
Well, no,
the first
it
acronym.
actually was ISIL to start with. The Americans called it ISIS, but go ahead.
No, it's
That's
not.
right.
And also,
Keep this
ISIS
up.
comes from. No, hold on. And first, ISIS came from the Egyptian goddess Isis. And
Well,
then
that's
you
not what
also
ISIS
have
is.
the
ISIS is an English acronym for what they. You realize they don't speak English, right? Like the terrorist groups. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. If you're gonna keep cutting me off, I will kick you like Mike Slip. I don't have a problem with that. All right. So we're gonna move on to ISIS and the CIA. Same thing.
Matt Sleep.
Same thing.
Love this. It's going. It was supposed to be an hour. We're hitting what, 2 now? It's great.
No.
Best
no,
thing.
no. We have. Are we almost?
I think it's 2.
All right. So we're gonna. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
We're gonna go on ISIS right
You
here.
can keep this up this long. Don't tell my wife about it.
Don't tell his wife about this, you guys.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can keep it up this long, and you don't need any interjection,
Oh, ding. I
just
just got it. Got it. Okay.
Sorry, I should have made that clearer on the joke.
Sorry, it's funny.
No,
I didn't even show the
great
NASA
time. I'm
Insider.
having a really good time. Do the CIA. No, don't use the CIA ISIS thing.
Okay, let's go. Okay, we're going to go there. All right. Let's
Jet engines on the space shuttle.
All right.
That's a good one.
All right. Yeah, that one is good. Yeah. I already did that though. Done it.
I saw that on Geranium's video. Or Uranus. Or whatever his name is.
Copier. Yeah.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's
okay, so we're going to go CIA. It was the last week. Fuck.
The jet
Catch up.
engines on the space shuttle, and he just released a video now with it. I was like,
I know.
well,
I
knew
did.
about
I did that. I did that a while ago.
Yeah,
I
yes,
know.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
PsyOps and CIA.
Yeah. So here we go. Let me do screen share. Ready? We're gonna go ISIS CIA right now. There we go. Hey, and I just want to give a shout out to Mike Slick, the fucker that I kicked, and everybody had a problem with, especially CA. You can go suck a dilly bar.
Matt Slick.
Whatever.
Yeah, I believe it's Matt Slick. Yeah.
Matt Slick, whatever the fucking name is. Who gives a fuck? All right. Here we go. I kick him again. All right, here we go.
It's hilarious. I hear Jewish media.
Hello?
Screaming about this ISIS fool.
Yeah.
Justify more slaughter
One
and
second.
killing of my people back home.
Can you hear it?
Do you think Arabs use
Can you hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is very important. Best 8 minutes of your life, but we're not even gonna do 8 minutes. First 3. Good. No, we're good. 3 minutes, and I'm making my fucking point right there. All right.
That's right. Best 3 minutes. Don't tell his wife.
That's right. Don't fucking say nothing. Here we go. 3 minutes.
And when was the last time you ever saw Arabs using acronyms in anything they market or sell?
That's right.
Why would they use English acronyms when they are trying to appeal to constituents?
Same point whoever was making like a second ago. This is my answer.
Oh, and I was pointing out you didn't know what ISIS stood for. Go ahead.
No, I don't.
That mostly do not speak any English in Arab land. And how fitting that those acronyms are catchy, easy to remember, like ISIS. be marketed to the blind sheep of the United States. So where does this ISIS acronym come from? And what intelligence agency actually uses that acronym ISIS, you ask? Wait, hold on. You mean to tell me Jewish intelligence agency Mossad uses the acronym ISIS its whole entire life? What? Hold on. Seriously. Well, have a listen for yourself.
You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad and they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? Translate Hebrew words. As I said, Mossad is institute. But when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so he explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. And if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS. Just simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a British model. The British don't really like the names MI5 and MI6.
Did you get that? ISIS. ISIS. Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. You fools. What? Now you're going to tell me that this al-Baghdadi guy is an Arab leader of a caliphate? Come on. I'm sorry, but just sit down and shut your mouth, because you already know where I'm going to go with this. Yes, he is Jewish, and his name is Simon Elliott. Edward Snowden has already released documents proving that, and a French newspaper has already reported this. But you're Jewish in the U.S. is your terrorist Senator Kane will not allow it to be publicized. And here is the same Jewish terrorist, Simon Elliott, masquerading as a leader of the Islamic Caliphate. And here he is hanging out with Sir John McCain, orchestrating and funding the new terrorist group. This is all nothing but a charade. And do not think for a minute this is just an isolated incident. They have been doing this for a long, long time. It's time to ask the majority of U.S. congressmen, senators, politicians, bankers, Wall Street executives, and corporate leaders, because they are all guilty of treason. And in this next clip, I will show how the majority of the quote-unquote Muslim terrorist leaders are actually Jewish and are masquerading as leaders of some sort of radical group only to sell you the panda right here in the media in the United States.
Adam Gadon, the so-called American Al-Qaeda who proclaimed himself the media maven, if you will, for Al-Qaeda, and was helping to produce a lot of these so-called Al-Qaeda videos that were all over the internet that made Al-Qaeda look really bad and made the Muslims look bad.
Should you fail to comply in full, we will deem it sufficient justification to continue to fight and kill Americans.
Come to find out, Adam Gadon's real name was, in fact,
Alright, so there you go. Boom. ISIS is CIA. They're trained, they're funded, they're armed by the Western Empire. Period. I want to hear, that's my point. I want to hear what other people have to say, starting from closest to me, Space.
Is my microphone working now? Can you hear me? Is my microphone working now?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I'm just so frustrated. I've been trying to get it to work for the last half hour. I shouldn't even still be on the call, but that video there, yeah, it condenses everything that's out there as public knowledge and just puts it together nice and concise. I think that's a pretty well done video and a pretty good way to get the truth out there.
Thank you. Very good. What's your own point of view, though, from that? You agree with the video, then, I'm assuming?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. It's been well known that we're creating these proxy fighter groups to, have that problem reaction solution here in the U.S. to, get our people worked up in fear and, point the finger at these guys to, that's the reaction. and then you present the solution. Let's go bomb them some more. So the people actually, you know, if they are affected by that,
and then take away our guns too. Yeah. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The same with all the hoaxing and false flagging operations going on. It's
crisis actoring.
Oh yeah, it's a massive deception, and when you put all the pieces together, it's pretty clear that these people at the top are maniacs and insane.
And
yeah, thank you. Oh wait, hold on, General. I'm gonna go in order. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna let Seckler go next because he's.
I had to run out. Pit bulls don't wait for anybody, so.
I'll just wait 1 second. You're almost. I want to hear from you though. Okay, go ahead, Seckler.
I personally thought it was like definitely anti-Semitic. I disagree with it. Not all of it. I mean, there's truths in it. There's truths in it. I mean, that's usually how it works. But I mean, it didn't really present evidence of anything. Is it likely that the CIA has their fingers in like terrorist organizations? Well, of course we know the Americans have been fiddling around all. And I mean, as far as the Secret Service in Israel, yeah, I mean, like the Americans, the Canadians, all the Allied forces have relied on them as our contact, our foothold in the Middle East for years. But I think simply because we look at an acronym and it's similar to another acronym that somehow that's the same group, I think is definitely a leap, and he didn't provide any evidence of that. I mean, in the links beside you, I just put a search for medical institutes that go by ISIS. Are they by proxy then the ISIS, the terrorist group? You know.
Good point. That's a good point.
Well, just 1 second. I'm not trying to provide evidence. I'm just providing videos, and we can come to our own conclusion based on the panel of what we agree and disagree on, and just put that out there for the people who watch this. Either they're going to listen to me and agree, you and agree, Christopher and agree, General and agree, whatever. Their choice, and I just want to present that. I don't want it to be I'm proving everybody on the panel wrong or right. I just want to put different points of view out there. So thank you, Seckler. Go ahead, Monsanto.
Yeah, I don't know. It's iffy for me. Like I've seen a lot of things put out there as well, suggesting otherwise. That it is, what they say it is.
So yay or nay? I'm taking tally. Yay or nay? Don't be a fence sitter. I mean, if you want to be a fence sitter, I can mark you on there. Go ahead. What do you want to do?
No.
You're going to do nay. Okay, we have 2 yay, 2 nay. Kevin, go ahead. What do you think about that?
Well, if you're asking the question whether or not what you just presented, the video, is something linked to ISIS, and you don't want a fence sitter, then you're kind of forcing me over to the nay camp for the moment. So that would be my answer.
Okay, awesome. And General, go ahead.
With me, we've kind of looked at this before on our channel where we bounce things back and forth, or just between ourselves. It's kind of been the thing that everywhere that it's not an anti-Semitic thing, but they've been ran out of everywhere they've been, and we gave them their own place, and now they're having to defend their own place. So it's like, oh, we've went here, we've went there, we've took over the Federal Reserve here, the monetary system there, and then when we get thrown out, we're the victim. We no longer have anything to gain because we've been thrown out, and now those guys are evil because they threw us out. And so I'm on the yay, they got something to do with it. They've got something to gain.
All right, we got 3-3. Sean, let's hear from you, brother.
I'm gonna say nay.
Knew that.
It's just you can't if everything points in one direction and you get one lone wolf out there saying something else, and the guy's video that you showed, he clearly had some agenda I tend to discredit people with an agenda, so that's just me.
Oh, fair enough. All right. So nobody can say I do not have people on my panel or in this hangout that everybody agrees with me, and if you don't agree with me, I kick you out, because that is not true. We just took a tally. 4 is against the video I just saw, and 3 are for the video I just shown and the topic. So I don't want to hear your bullshit about how you have to agree with me or you can't be here. That's not true.
So I did hear
All right.
about that. Sorry. I did hear about that Max Slick. I did hear about that Matt. What's his name? Matt Slick.
Yeah.
What exactly did he do to get kicked? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, he called me a troll and said, and I must be kidding. He was being. I've never talked to him before. He came in very smug, know-it-all. And he asked me about ISIS. I told him what I thought ISIS is. Due to a lot of research, I'm now Christian anarchist, where I never give people airplay, but I'll give it to him because he's such an idiot. He made a video saying that I just made up Israeli secret intelligence service off the top of my head. We all know that's not true. I did not make up that term myself. There's no way in hell.
I have a further question. If it's proven that America is funding these types of groups and these fighting groups, and we are creating these or financing and arming these leaders who have ties to intelligence, where is the uproar from the Jewish community that it's proven that America is doing these things? And if Israel is America's biggest ally, why would America be doing these things to help their opposition?
Well, I mean, I don't want to cut you off here, but
go ahead.
What it is we back them, get them going, and then come in like a hero and drop a fucking drone strike right on their head like we did this week. Oh, yep, we took out Ibri Juha in this area, and we took out that guy in this area. Yeah, we find Ibri gibberish in this spot, and then when it serves our purpose, we drop a bomb on them and be like, look, we're strong, baby. We took them out. You know what I mean? Chest bump. Here we go. We took them out.
But it does cost a lot to do so.
Chest bump,
dude. Dude, we're like $7 trillion in debt. Who cares? We're talking it up. Put that tally up there. We took out Ibri Jibby Doo guy.
We got another 5,000 to get rid of Uba.
True, but what? True, I say that, but what purpose would that have in a sense to get further in debt? Would a nation want to get?
Okay, did we not
Who's gonna collect?
Did we bail out the
collect? Really? I mean, look at it.
Hold on.
Who's gonna collect?
Did we bail out the bankers? We bailed out the bankers, right? That was the fucking worst fucking mistake right there. Bailing out the bankers? Are you fucking shitting me? The people that are making you the fucking slaves that you are, you're gonna bail them out for doing that to you? Come on. What the fuck? That was a fuck up. That was a big fuck up.
Well, I mean, it's not even that.
Let's do a tally on the bankers fucking bullshit. That's a check. Anyway.
This is the thing, okay? It's all money's fake.
Joke.
I can come up with the microwave monetary unit, the Bitcoin, the whatever it is. It's the next greatest thing. There's nothing to back my paper money up unless you believe in it. And whether you're $70 trillion in debt or $1.7 trillion in debt, who's going to collect from America? Really? What do? We go, okay, we're not going to buy Samsung TVs no more. They go the fuck under. You know what I mean? Come and collect. What are you going to do? We want to buy Alaska? You owe us 1.7 trillion, and we're going to just take Alaska. Oh, bitch, no, you ain't. You know what I mean? So, nobody's going to collect. They're all in on it together. It's just It's a push me pull you action, man. And,
I mean, even Germany's still paying off their debts for World War II. I mean, it does come back.
yeah, you think it comes back. It doesn't really come back because right now Germany is propping up all of fucking Europe over there with, oh, okay, you know, we're just gonna take everybody in, everything will be good. Just don't remember we owe you a couple trillions from back in World War II. You know, we got all the Muslims over here, so you know we'll get a credit. Don't worry about it. Yeah, all money's fake. That's what nobody realizes. All money is fake. There's nothing to back that up. Drive up to Fort Knox, ask them, you want to see some gold? And they're not going to fucking show you that it's there to back that currency up. It's all fake money.
Well, I think in a sense, though, it's not really a secret that, like, paper currency is just kind of like monopoly money that we've all agreed on means something. Like, I mean, it's just a way for us to, like, perform day-to-day commerce, right? It's like tokens.
Perfect.
But I mean, I don't think it's like a conspiracy or anything. I mean, that's just the way it works right now. Like, we need some kind of method of currency to trade and buy things. And instead of beaver pelts and gold coins, it's just that's one we've agreed on. We recognize it as tender. You know, like it's legal tender. So.
Do you
but this man, and I got a lot of beaver pelts.
Wait. Do you remember the Bitcoin?
I knew I should have invested in beaver pelts.
Beaver pelts.
Do you guys remember the Bitcoins?
No, remember, they're still going strong. $416 a fucking Bitcoin.
Tell us about it, dude. Because a lot of people don't even know that that's another kind of currency.
Yeah, it's going to be your next currency. It's going to be your global New World Order currency.
But you have to agree to accept it, though. Like if someone tried to buy Bitcoin from me, I'm not taking that. I don't know where I can spend it at. So
right, but look now, you can spend it now. You used to not be able to spend it. Now you can. When you walk up to the door on your local retailer and it has a "we accept Bitcoin" thing, it's your global currency, baby. That's what it's going to be when we do our nosedive.
Well, that would be good to have a global currency. So that's maybe some progress, right?
Yeah, but it's a digital currency. Does it exist or doesn't it exist? It's not backed by anything, just like our U.S. paper money's not backed by anything. So is it any better or any more trusted than our U.S. dollar with our little, Illuminati symbol on it? You put a Bitcoin on one side with a big old B and you put a pyramid on the other side. Does that make it more accepted than anything else? No, it doesn't. Nothing's backed by anything. It's just backed what they tell you. Oh yeah, it's great. It's good. It's worth $416. Why? Why is it worth $416 per Bitcoin? You know what I mean?
It doesn't say in God We Trust on it.
I mean, it could say in fucking Allah we trust on it. It could say in Uzubu we trust on it. It doesn't fucking matter, man. As long as that's what the mainstream accepts, that's what you're gonna fucking use. You know what I mean? I mean, if your dollar is devalued to 1 cent, every single one of your pyramid dollars is worth 1 cent.
Pyramid dollar.
Right. And you got the zoom zooms.
What the fuck?
And they came up with Bitcoins. And now everybody except Bitcoins, you're going to switch over from some Bitcoins or some pyramid dollars to zoom zoom dollars because that's the shit that's worth something.
All right. I have a question. Wait. I have a question. Actually, more of a question. Yeah. Space in general. You guys have a show on YouTube now, I heard.
Yeah, we started a show, I think we started last week with the first episode, and I think the first couple have been just under 3 hours. We just talk about a lot of topics like you do. We keep it open for people in chat to join in the discussion or even join the call, if they want to. Nice. So, yeah, like you, we'll cover a whole bunch of topics and, chase some rabbit trails and see if we can come to some consensus or just different
We're just all
perspectives on
about
how to
having
look at
fun.
things.
What do you say, General?
Oh, we're all about having fun and looking at different things. We don't. I mean, if we got skeptics in there, it's fine. I mean, if I'm living on the third bump of the Dorito, diving into the queso dip, it's all good. I mean,
You're making me hungry, man.
right? See, so we're all about having fun, getting everybody in. We're so glad that you had us in and invited us in so that we can have some fun over here with you guys. We don't take ourselves, so seriously with our zoom dollars trademark. That I mean, we're out of the realm. It's just, all of us are.
I'm still thinking about queso dip. I'm sorry.
You're right. Everybody in the panel. Everybody in the panel in some way is like-minded, or we wouldn't all be here. We love, that you had us over, and we're having a great time. We want everybody to have a great time. That's what it's all about.
Yes. And where can they find you in space on YouTube? What's your name?
That'll be up to my partner there.
Oh, it's just
Commander Jiffy Pop.
It's just Space Camp, Space Camp.
Space
No,
Camp.
it's Space Camp Live.
SpaceCampLive@gmail.com.
Yay.
There you go.
It's one of my favorite movies.
Space Camp Live.
Not Space Camp.
All right, you guys check them out because they're awesome people, and I really appreciate everybody being here. All right. So we're going to move on. What do you guys think about Jade Helm? I know that was in September, but it didn't really go through. It's December now, and I think they're really fucking amping it up. What do you think?
Sorry?
That was
Jade
I was worried about Jade Helm because of your predictions, and they didn't come true, and I didn't get an apology.
Predictions? My predictions?
Yeah.
I never have predictions. That's illegal in the Bible.
What's the Jade Helm?
Don't backpedal. That's a truth thing. Don't do that. Don't be that truther. Come on, Rose.
No, I did not do predictions. I only stated the facts that I knew of. So
You told
don't even
me
go there.
to look out for helicopters and not shoot people rappelling down from helicopters on my street.
Red Dawn.
Florida.
That's a pretty good advice.
It did
Don't shoot
happen.
people propelling off helicopters. That's good advice.
Thank you. I thought it was good advice.
I was thinking that all my Walmarts were closed. I thought there was tunnels under the Walmart, and they were closing.
There was.
And
there still
there was
is.
military coming. Where are
Okay,
they?
listen. Okay, hold on, dude. This is the thing. They told us September. All right, so obviously we're gonna get fucking misinformation from the military. If you're looking at the military website for Jade Helm, do you really think they're gonna tell you exactly what the fuck they're gonna do? No. So when they said September, obviously they're fucking lying. It's December. All right, whatever. I don't. You guys don't even know what Jade Helm is.
I don't know. How'd you
get
Well, because the fucking refugees and all the shit that's happening right now. That's Jade Helm. You have military law that's going to be implemented worldwide. So that's how I got December.
So December. We have it live documented. Rose says December.
It started from France. It started in France.
I will give you 1,000 internet points. I want to put that on the record live.
I don't want to
this comes to fruition.
I don't want fucking.
That's equivalent to 5 cyber beers.
Look, in France, in Paris, with the fucking crisis after bullshit bombing that happened earlier this month, right?
You mean that balloon popping, right?
Yeah, it happened in Paris, just localized in Paris, and they shut down.
No, it was a balloon popping at a stadium, right?
They shut down the whole country. They closed the borders of the country for the one
Well,
coordinated attack in the major city.
They try to do a fake military fucking martial law type shit on them.
Yeah, and the responders, were there doing a drill the day before. They were already there in place.
Don't be messing with my
Right, and
SWAT
that
team
sounds
action on Texas.
Okay,
You know?
but Jade Helm is
San Bernardino Yeah,
Jade,
our 5 men away instant response
Jade,
SWAT team action. We're that good
Jade
here in
Helm,
America.
Jade Helm is worldwide, and so they told us September. We were off by a couple of months. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's already here.
All right, we
They're
heard
trying to
it
do it in
December.
Paris. Yeah, we're in
I think
December.
I think
Sorry.
just like all the other ramp-ups in military exercises, which have been going on since the 90s, they've had a lot of big operations, and there's always been some hubbub about it, or ooh, we're training Russians, and the police force is acquiring German shepherds that respond to German commands. So like the Germans are coming back, and the Russians, and that was back in the 90s. It didn't get much coverage. I don't know if anybody remembers it, but I do.
Ice
And
wall, baby.
this Jade Helm thing is kind of like the same thing. It's just predictive programming, getting people used to seeing those types of force in urban areas and doing large-scale maneuvers. So
Absolutely, key point. It's all
Well, I
about.
mean,
It's all about.
it does have
It's
it
pre-programmed.
does have its purpose.
No, it has you wanting to. It gets you used to seeing military personnel around you all the fucking time.
Right.
It's just,
On your street,
after a
walking
while,
in
it
the
just
neighborhood.
it becomes normal. These military people on the corner, you're not even seeing them anymore. You're still walking by on your phones looking at your fucking screen. You're not paying attention to what's going on around you anyways. Are you really going to pay attention when military is standing on your fucking corner?
Well, hold on. Well, there are military forces from, say for example, the Australian Defence Force for us. They're a defence force, and they will be out and about in the sense of like when disaster happens, but also because they're protecting, Australia's interests. They are meant to secure the population. That is their goal. So if they're doing urban exercises within a city, for example, well, then that's because they need to practice defending the nation, for example, because that's their purpose.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to cut anybody off here, but in America, baby, we are our defense force. We have our guns. We are
Still,
our
you do
defense
need the
force.
military.
No,
Still-
you don't need military. The military is scared of our defense force. You don't.
That's really not.
It's just
Oh,
like
I'll
J-
guarantee you that
Japan
your
is-
military is not scared
No.
of a bunch of rednecks with their fucking
right.
guns, dude.
It's,
Come on.
it's not a
let me
bunch of
tell you-
rednecks with guns. It's just like
Hold
Japan
on.
said in World War II. You try to invade America, baby, there is a gun under every blade of grass.
Yes, but that's
we don't
a lot of
need,
those people
you know.
are the ex-servicemen and women.
We
There's a lot of
need
people.
no education. Bum, 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 bum,
But for the same reason you need your guns, or you have your guns at home and it keeps the local criminals away, us having a military keeps the world criminals away.
There you go, man. I totally agree.
Bum, 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 bum. All right, you guys, stop being boys. We're gonna move on.
How close does a commercial jetliner need to get before you hear it? Bros?
Oh, shut the fuck up. We're not even gonna go there, dude. I will fucking throw you out this room with the shuttle noise alone. I don't even have to do it physically. Just the shuttle noise that should be a fucking kite would throw you out the room.
Not
Get out
the
of here.
no. I'm talking
seriously,
about.
I don't know that. How many miles away before you hear it?
I have the footage. You want to see it?
I'm putting the claim out
I
there.
seriously want to know.
All
I'm
right,
putting a claim out that
Christopher, you
it
have
can
my
be.
foot. You already have my footage, right?
I don't have the footage. No.
No. No. of
I
course.
say, listen to this ridiculous claim. I say a jetliner can get within 300 yards of you at full throttle and you won't hear a thing.
Bullshit.
It's not really 300 yards. It's probably more. I would say 1,000 or so. I used to work in an airport. Yeah, it's probably about 1,000.
Yeah.
1,000 meters. Then you hear it roaring in, and then you're splattered.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. That they can be really close and you not hear a thing.
But Christopher, hold on. I'm gonna stay in Jade Helm real quick. I have to show some footage. It's 3 minutes. So everybody go take a break or watch it or whatever you want to. But I'm gonna show it. All right. Shouts out to Operation. Shout out to Operation Truth. I'm gonna show his video right now. Love this guy. He's awesome. He's talking about Jade Helm in the Canada area, Toronto.
I've been getting a few messages from Jason Ryan, and I was a little bit busy yesterday, so I couldn't really help him out. He was pointing out how there's 25,000 Syrian refugees coming, or like I think up in the Canada area right now, or will be, or something. But anyways, here I'm gonna play a little bit of his video real quick so we can get a better understanding.
Into the continent. I'm gonna get to that in a second. This is St. Catharines. This is where they flew into. They're going to Hamilton and Toronto. Those are the local areas.
Okay, so that's where they're going. Like these 3 areas. He lives in Buffalo. Now, recently, one of his local news stations, or Channel 7 WKBW TV, Buffalo, New York, was showing active shooter training in the Buffalo area. So we know that everywhere they do active shooter training, eventually they have a psychological operation. Combined with that information, this is that FBI command centers map that I was talking about, and I've been keeping track of all the PSYOPs, and so far every single PSYOP happened at or near one of these FBI command centers. But as you can see here, they have a command center right there in Buffalo, New York, right by that Toronto area, right where those 25,000 Syrian refugees came in. So I think he might be really onto something here, something huge. It's possible that they will have like a staged terror attack in the New York area because that's where these Syrian refugees are coming in from. And they got that FBI command center there. I think this is probably a big deal that we can't ignore. And also, I've said before that I think the Empire State Building is something to keep an eye on, as well as the Golden Gate Bridge. I think those are, based on some signs and references I've seen in other psychological operations, I think those are places that we can expect more psychological operations. Okay, it looks like we have the exact same computer Jason Ryan's. Looking at your computer outline here, it's the exact same as mine. Anyways, so check out his video. I'll leave the link to his video, and I'll leave the link to this FBI command center and to this active shooter training from his local news station. If you haven't left a comment and a thumbs the fuck down on this yet, go ahead and do that. That'd be awesome. And make sure you give him and everybody else a thumbs up on their comments. Support them in this truth bomb. Alright, thanks for watching, everybody. Let's keep our eye on Toronto, or not Toronto, but Buffalo, New York. Alright, peace.
Boom. What do you think, you guys?
Could happen. You know, too, after watching that, I'd like to invite Secular there. You know, he bashed me for being a redneck. I'm hurt. But, you know, he can
be
grab
nice to the rednecks. You gotta be nice, Secular.
Yeah.
Come on.
He can grab his kids and grab his wife and come on down here to the south, baby, and we'll protect you. It's okay. You come on in. We're accepting people down here in the south. But no, seriously,
yeah.
You know, that's a good one, man. I love it.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about, man. Having fun.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, that's what it is at the end of the day. All us Americans, we're gonna protect each other, whether you're secular and you're mad, bro, or you know, you do really need our help, and we're all here. That's what it is. That's why we're all in here right now, man. We're having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's no problem. Fortunately, I live somewhere where gun violence isn't really a major problem, but I mean, if it gets that bad, sure, we'll get you up here. Actually, I'm not anti-gunner at all. I think people should have the right to bear arms.
But
I don't
that,
really have a problem with it. I just got a
but
problem with wackos being able to walk into movie theaters with automatic weapons and smoke grenades. That's what I got a problem with.
and that's mind control again. That's talking about Aurora shooting with James Holmes.
Well, I mean, we can
Come
talk
on,
about any of them,
dude.
Jared Lee Loughner.
Come on.
They
How
were
many
also
more?
YouTube truthers. Did you know that? They were
Hold on.
YouTube
Let me
truthers.
ask
They
you a
were
question.
pumped full of
Specular.
friggin'. They were mentally,
Let me
they were like
Specular.
mentally disturbed people ultimately, and I think that's the bigger issue. I mean, it's like addressing the mental health issue. I don't think it's a gun control issue, honestly.
Okay, but Secular,
that's actually a good
hold
point.
on, just 1 second. Secular, I have a question. How many other shootings do you know of that happened in a movie theater besides the Aurora shooting with James Holmes?
Lincoln. Well, that was a movie theater, but.
Bill Lyncher.
I'm just asking for movie theaters. How many do you know of?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't feel comfortable putting out a number statistically.
Exactly. So why would
That
you
was the
be
first
scared
one
of
that I
that?
pulled out.
That's ridiculous. So therefore, point made. Moving
Well, I
on.
don't understand
General.
what your point was. I don't think you understood my point, but anyways, go ahead, General. You're going
I
to say
did.
something.
You said you were scared of going to a movie theater because you can get shot up, right?
No, I actually never said I was scared to go to the movie theater. But anyways, go ahead, General.
Okay. Well, I thought
Well,
that's what you were saying.
I'm not scared to go to the movie theater either. It's not
What
that
about
bad.
Star Wars coming up? Star Wars. That would be
Oh
a
my
big
god,
one.
yes. So Ken.
I mean,
Get to that.
you can get a Star Wars one. You know, you could probably get a good turnout for that. But
Yeah.
I'm not stumping my clam over, you know, anybody wanting to take guns and all that stuff because, I mean, really, it's not going to happen. You know, if you do that, and it's not the orange-haired, you know, maniacs that are going to be stopping you from taking gun. It's going to be the real everyday American who's going to be like, no, you're not coming in my house taking my stuff. You know, it's not the psychopath in a theater or in a school or in somewhere else. You know, because of all of us who do own guns, and you know, we're not going out every day like, oh, yep, there they go, the terrorist, we're gonna get them. It's, you know, that's what they want you to think. They want you to think everybody who owns a gun's a derp tard, you know, screaming America and doing something stupid. And it's not. It's some maniac out on the street, you know, with orange hair making a scene, trying to make a name for themselves. But you know, if you look back how it used to be, say 50 years ago, you didn't go out and see a disabled person at all. You didn't, because they put disabled people in asylums and no one ever saw them. Now it's, you know, out there, everybody sees them. They got a show. You know, Down syndrome is not an affliction. You know, they can still function, but
how about some of the side effects?
No.
Of the drugs that the mental patients are on.
No, I mean, it's not even that. It's just like, you know, back 50 years ago, they thought, people with Down syndrome couldn't function. Now they have a TV show showing that they can function. It's that transition that, you know, nobody ever looks at. You see a transition with mentally ill people where they were in asylums. We don't have asylums anymore. And
yeah, we do.
Well, not asylums to the effect that we had in the 20s. You know what I mean? So, you know, you get people, they're like, oh, they're crazy, and then you're put away back in the 20s. Now it's like, let's evaluate you a little bit. Are you totally insane, or do you have an affliction? You know, things progress, and that's the thing is to, you know, certain people, they don't progress. They're just like, nope, they're just dumb Americans, and they want their guns and their beef jerkies. So, you know, they do the same thing as one camp does or the other camp does. And it's not about accepting anybody for what it is. It's like, nope, well, somebody shot somebody with a gun, that evil gun, and run around by itself and killed everybody. And, you know, and they have that on their side, and it's not that, man. It's just like anything else. A gun's a tool, just like a hammer. You know, if every problem you see is a nail, you're going to use a hammer. If you know, everything you see,
Oh boy.
you know, is, you know, requires a bullet, you're
Well,
going to use a gun. So, you know, it's
I
that
actually kind of
aspect.
agree with General on that point. I just want to say quick, I actually do agree with him on that point. Like, I mean, I know it's the typical pro-gunner slogan for years, you know, guns don't kill people, people kill people. But there is truth to that. And that was kind of the bigger point I was getting to. Like, I'm not an anti-gunner, and I think actually people are sidetracked because of the gun debate. I think it's a bigger issue. I think it's a societal issue. And I think that what the question should be is, why are people picking up these tools and doing these things?
I would
Right?
have to agree also on that, but also
Convenience,
say
man.
that
Convenience.
it is a case of when seconds count, police are only minutes away. That is true. I mean, that you can't escape from. So, yeah, I agree. I wouldn't mind restrictions so much, but at the same time, like some restrictions don't create any more they hinder more of the general population that are good citizens instead of those that like for example on the BJS, the Bureau of Justice Statistics,
All right.
a lot of gun crime does come from like the black market, so restrictions wouldn't do anything to criminals. It would only hinder those law-abiding citizens.
Right. And
I'm gonna take you with me, and we'll go shooting, buddy. But
finally I'm
you
in
know,
America.
right?
Fine.
Fly over, man. I got a guy flying over next year. He's gonna come down. He's gonna fly over. We're gonna have a good time. You know, it's something he can't do over there where you're at.
Yeah.
And you know, there's nothing criminal about it. Everybody gets to come over here, see some stuff blow up, have a good time, and because everybody in here is upstanding people. You know, there's not a bunch of criminals in here. The criminals are on their thing talking about how they can get some guns or something for, you know, illegally, not in here having fun with all of us.
Yeah.
How do you know I'm not a criminal?
Well, hopefully.
He could be cleaning his illegal gun right now.
Yep.
He's filing
That's
the
right.
serial number off the butt.
That's right. You evil guy, you.
All right.
But I know my point was, like, I guess why like if I live in certain areas of the United States, I would definitely consider owning a gun for house protection. Like, I will admit that. Like, I can totally understand certain environments feeling safe and wanting to protect what's yours. I have nothing against that. I am just saying I'm fortunate to live in a place, in an environment where gun violence and violent crime like that is just not of the norm. Like, where I live, if one person gets shot or wounded, that makes national news. Right? Like, I live up in Canada. Like, if one person dies in the States, if less than 4 or 5 people are critically wounded, it doesn't barely get any like major media attention, right? Like,
Right.
and my question is why? What's the difference? Like, what's the difference?
It's the same with like
The
it's
thing,
same with,
man,
no,
is
hold on. It's like where for Paris. Well, when that terrorist event happened, versus compared to like somewhere in Africa, the reason why is not because of how we view each nation, but it's because we're in those other countries, it's just more common. Versus in Paris, where it's like that's. I don't think a Paris has had an attack like that in many years, many years. But other nations, it's more common. So not in that aspect, but like in the sense of where it's like shootings, where it's less of a norm, it does get blown out because it's just not expected as much. So
Well, no, I know why. I mean, I know why it's covered or sensationalized. Like, more like up here, if like 3 or 4 people got shot, that's a big story, right? It's not the norm up here. But I'm saying, why is it the norm right across the border? Like, what is it that that's causing these problems, because there is a gun violence problem.
I suppose it's because of maybe if you look at poverty lines, that's a big factor. Poverty is a good one because if you look in America, yeah, by race it tends to be more of the black population, and if you look at their population, they're mostly under there in terms of
So socioeconomic, right? Let's
yeah,
just
so I'm
condense
trying
it
to
and
think.
say
Yeah.
socioeconomic. So I guess what my larger point is, why are we wasting time arguing about gun restrictions and letting the NRA lobbyists rattle their sabers to drive gun sales, and the other side try to use it as an excuse to clamp down on guns and start dealing with the social economical problem, so fucking people aren't going into post offices and blowing people's heads off.
All right,
You know,
so
this is what my point is.
Yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
good point. Great point. Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna show a video on gun violence after the Virginia shooting. Hillary Clinton made a comment about that before the bodies supposedly got even cold. She's already making gun restrictions based on the deaths of reporters in Virginia. All right, so I'm gonna show that.
What's
Fucked
wrong with
up.
that?
Oh, just watch. You tell me. All right, how about that? All right.
Smith and Wesson.
Is that what that is? No.
Looks like it.
After the fatal shooting of a reporter and cameraman during a live broadcast for WDBJ7, Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton spoke about gun violence, saying she will take it on. "We have got to do something about gun violence in America," Clinton said to the media Wednesday at a press conference in Moneta, Virginia. "I will take it on. There are many people who will face it and know it, but then turn away because it's hard. It's a very political, difficult issue in America. But I believe we are smart enough, we are compassionate enough to figure out how to balance the legitimate Second Amendment rights with preventive measures and control measures so that whatever motivated this murderer, who eventually took his own life, we will not see more deaths. Needless, senseless deaths."
So automatically she was about gun control.
Well, she's a politician, so that's going to be one of the first things out of her mouth.
Obviously. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. What do us as civilians think about that? Take the political side of it out and look at it as our points of views. And I'm going to start with Space. Go ahead.
Well, her basic premise, or the premise that we as American citizens even have a Second Amendment right, is a total fallacy, because the rights are not amendments. There was no amendments to the Constitution when it came to the Bill of Rights. It was a separate document, a separate contract. So it's actually an Article 2nd Amendment, or Article 2nd right, not a amendment right. So as soon as you start talking about your Second Amendment, you have no idea what you're talking about, and they know that, and legally it's there through my research. But yeah, it's just going to be the same thing. It's going to be the guys on the blue side talking about gun control, guys on the red side talking about gun rights, and it's just another distractionary tactic instead of looking at the root cause and the problem. And I think Secular made a good point that, it's not shown on his TV. Like, every night, that's all like, if there's a few different stories out there, if there's one involving a gun, that news channel is going to pick it up, because gun violence sells, fear sells, and then cut to commercial and tell them what to consume, and then cut back to reality show and tell them what to make a judgment on. And
That's right. Fear sells, baby.
Excellent point. Excellent fucking point, dude. Go ahead, General. Follow that up.
My thing about it is, I live in an area where there is a bunch of gun violence, and I'm not sitting here scared for my life. I'm not worried about somebody kicking in my door, taking what I have. All of us don't sit around on our front porch like, "Yeah, come on, take it," and spit in our spittoon somewhere. It's not that. It's the fact that no one who, is a legal gun owner is worried about really somebody coming in and doing something. It's that if someone does, we're not waiting for some cop 20 minutes away to come take care of it. No, it's going to be you're dropped in my living room and, you know, somebody's going to come clean you up. If it does happen, which is not likely to happen. You know, you got all the murders and the gun violence that goes on in my city, which is a lot. You know, we haven't had this much gun violence since the 90s, and they're all with illegal guns. They're all with bad people. And
That's not true.
No,
I'd like to add something, if I could.
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I own guns not because I'm afraid that someone's going to break into my house or anything to do with that. I own firearms because I enjoy having them. I enjoy shooting them. I enjoy collecting them.
I'm going to get Ravens down here with me, and we're going to watch some stuff blow up in October, just like the rest of the guys who come down.
But see, that's what I mean. Anytime you talk about like the gun issue or owning guns, it's always, well, you know, to protect my house. But that's not the only reason people own guns. A lot of us collect them and enjoy having them.
And, you know, a lot of us are marksmen too. You know, when I actually get a chance to break away and go out, you know, it's a skill. Why is it not considered a skill that you can go out and shoot a gun as a skill? You know, I'm not hunting people and I'm not hunting animals.
It's considered a sport. It's sport shooting, you know, like, you know.
Right.
No, we have them. Like I'm saying, people up here, like there's shooting ranges and people that are collectors, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, that's a part of the culture, right? I mean, that's the people that are into guns, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's nothing psycho or weird. I mean, it's a sport hobby. You know, some people like dirt biking, and other people like shooting targets.
Why would you even have to defend it? Hold on. Why would you even have to defend that in the first place? That you have to explain all that.
No, I mean,
because you can't blame the politicians. You can't blame the politicians so much for jumping on this issue because it is an issue. You can see where they're coming from. There is logic in saying.
Yeah, but most of the politicians don't even know how to use a gun. They have.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
They want to ban gun. They want to ban gun violence, but most of them can't even fucking shoot a gun.
Well, they don't have to because they have bodyguards that do it for them.
Exactly. So how can they even rule on something they don't even fucking know?
Well, I think they worry about me breaking into, I think someone put it in the outside chat, is someone breaking into your house because you can't be home all the time. And we've seen it over and over in the news that one person
why I buy insurance
can turn into a weapon of mass destruction when you put that. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen one person terrorize movie theaters.
Absolutely bullshit.
Malls and it just takes one gun, so it's not.
There is. I agree with both because there was a Harvard. No. There's a liberal on the liberal side. They always cite the Harvard. There's a Harvard study on it which shows that a lot of injuries happen under that kind of thing. Where, but the thing is with that, I do find wrong with that study is that it always it mentions and it highlights that people don't lock their guns in their safes and that kind of thing. So if you separate your ammo, if you keep your weapons in a good location, locked away, then you won't have that problem. But that's what I see wrong with that Harvard study. But I see where he's coming from because that is a concern, and so you can't really blame the politicians for saying that kind of thing. What they're doing is because they have.
No, they don't get fucking happy trails, and I'll ignore. Now, fuck all of them. Do you understand the masses and the masses of homelessness, abuse, greed? You have to see all these things happening. You can't say there's excuses for that, Monsanto's.
Well, I mean, no, I see where he's coming from. He lives in a totally different place. And it's just like,
someone's echoing.
Secular.
Turn yourself down, Sean.
No, I was muted.
He lives in a totally different place. He doesn't deal with, what we deal or our culture or anything else. It's accepted in those places that,
We're fucking spoiled fucking pieces of shit. That's why.
No,
We
it's
don't
not
know
even that.
reality. There's a lot of shit happening in the world. You don't even know how other people live. We live in America, fucking spoiled. We throw our food away. Do you know how much food gets thrown away?
Yeah, I mean,
we're talking about the gun thing.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting how much food is thrown away in the United States and how much people are starving around the fucking world. And we're throwing thousands and thousands and millions of gallons of food away daily.
Right. And,
It's sick.
our perspective versus their perspective. They're not in our place. So,
hold on. This is
What do you mean?
I cited. Then this goes in favor of gun from the BJS that shows from it was from 1993 to 2011 of firearm violence, and it does show that most a significant amount of gun crime was committed by illegal guns. So I use that in that defense. However, the Harvard study does show that there are cases of both accidents and also purpose crime where guns haven't been, say, locked up in safes and that kind of thing. That is required by law in America, where you have to lock up the guns, you have to separate the ammunition and all that kind of thing. That is needed. So those people where they don't follow those laws, that's why these kinds of things happen. It's because they're not practicing proper gun safety, proper gun regulation. So it's on their own.
What kind of gun safety is it that you have to take your gun, put it in a safe box with the ammunition taken out of the gun and locked in a box? So when you have a situation where it could be death-threatening, you have to find your key.
I agree.
Hold on. You have to open your box. You have to take your ammunition. You have to put it in the gun, and then you have to take the gun and then defend yourself.
I agree.
How many times out of any are you really gonna go against somebody?
I agree.
Where he has his gun? Excuse me. I'm not even done. How many times are you going to go against somebody who has a gun already fully loaded and cocked out, ready to kill you, and you have to go in your lockbox and you have to do all these different steps?
Well, I
agree.
I don't know what state you live in, but that's not the way it is here.
I'm a law-abiding citizen, and that is the state that I live in. I have to abide by that law. And how am I going to defend myself against somebody who's already
for example, an example where that could be done is where, say, if you have an AR-15 or an AK, something that you don't really need for home defense, that should be locked away. But have where you have like a Glock or something hidden that you can get to, but that's hidden away so children won't get to, and that kind of thing. But it's unloaded, so that all you need to do when you get up into your little hidey hole, whatever, you grab that, put the mag in.
Both together. Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense. That's what I would.
I have an AK in my safe right now, and it's loaded. It's not unloaded, and it's not illegal to have it that way.
Well, that's the state you live in. In the state I live in, it needs to be in a locked box, unloaded, and in a locked box. So not only do you need
depending
a key.
on state.
Well,
yeah.
This is the thing. Is I have a 5-year-old nephew, and I have a loaded gun sitting on my desk, and my 5-year-old nephew
You just scared me.
he walks up and he's like, "Hey, Uncle General, can I see that?" And I'm like, "No, you can't. Let me unload it, and then I will show it to you. I will teach you how you do this."
No, that's scary. That's scary.
That's what he does. You gotta teach him.
Okay, hold on. But
You teach them. He knows. He will not touch that.
Hold on.
He will not even think about touching it.
How about if you just went to the bathroom and
It won't matter. I guarantee.
I'm not
if
done.
you teach him, if
Hold
you
on.
teach them that that is a dangerous object, it's just like a saw. If you're like, you can't touch
No.
this saw,
No.
they
No.
won't touch it.
No, but
And
hold
that's
on.
how I was taught.
Before.
I would not touch a gun when I was a little kid. I wouldn't touch it because I knew I wasn't allowed to touch it. If you treat it like it's a weapon of mass destruction, and if you're like, oh my God, I'm not allowed to do it, I'm not allowed to know what it is, then you're gonna try and see what it is.
Yeah,
Well, that's an
exactly.
unhealthy
You know,
fear of firearms too,
I
and that's
know, and it's not unhealthy. It's
And
just that he knows that he's not allowed to touch that.
can I
He
also add
asks
to that?
me, and then I teach him about it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I can
And
also
if
add to that. Sorry, but I know what you're getting with. In in um in America, a media outlet, some news, did like an investigation kind of thing after a shooting or something at a school, I think it was, and they what they did was the NRA came over to a school and they were doing their educational program about guns and ignore it and report it to your teacher or an adult or something to deal with it. And then what they did was they had hidden cameras, and then they left and they saw what the kids were doing and they were pointing it at their own faces and all that kind of stuff. So creating this mystery about these weapons is a bad thing. Then I can look on videos, even on YouTube, where you got 7-year-olds and that kind of thing, where they're fully operating AR-15s and shotguns better than most adults, going in full
right,
competitions and that kind of thing, full safety, everything. If you teach them right, to like check a gun if it's loaded, to clear the mag, clear the chamber if there's a round in there, put it on safety, and then hand that to an adult, you're gonna find less troubles. Whereas if you create a complete mystery about a firearm.
Yeah.
right, it's
And history.
anybody who's informed can deal with something. It's like you're not gonna walk up and stick a fork in a plug and get shocked because you know you're gonna get shocked. If you tell somebody, if they don't know any better, and they're like, oh, what is this? Oh, it's a wall socket. I'm gonna stick a fork in it.
well,
Oh,
I was
bloody
raised.
hell! I got my dick knocked off on the plug socket. You're not gonna do it again. But if you're taught from the beginning, you're gonna get shocked if you stick your fork in the socket. Then it's not gonna happen. It's all about teaching safety. It's
Exactly.
not about the tool.
I mean,
You
I
know.
was raised around
Get a mystery.
firearms my whole life, and I didn't sit around and act like it was a snake in a drawer. I mean, I knew I was not allowed to handle it. I was a child, that it was my father's firearm, but it was there if, somebody broke into the house, I knew how to use it because I was taught how to use it.
Right. I mean, it goes back to the all the conspiracy theories and everything else. If you're ignorant, you don't know, and you just instantly knee-jerk reaction that it's evil. It's an
Hold
evil
on.
thing.
Secular's got a meme going on, and that's a real proper toddler. That's incapable of learning such. So that the fault here is that the guy had his firearm on him around a
Yeah.
toddler
Why would you
that
do that?
young. Yeah, around that young, they can't even grasp. That's literally you're unable to grasp. That's not like a 7-year-old where they can operate a firearm in competition. Um, and he had it loaded. That is quite dumb. That's on and that's on that guardian or parent or whatever I saw it on YouTube.
It's
in an
But
actual footage.
here's
I
like
mean,
here's
you
like
gotta
the
have
problem. I just wanted to make a quick point. Like it is unfair. Like don't get me wrong. Like certain gun legislation that's proposed, I can totally understand how legitimate, responsible gun owners, which the majority of them are, would feel cheated or that it's unfair. Because it is, oppressing people that otherwise, wouldn't abuse the law. The unfortunate reality in a country like America, where there's over 400 million people, there's
we
fucking
deal with a bunch of
idiots.
idiots. Yeah.
There's
I
dumb people
totally
that
agree
wreck
with
it.
you, man. It's a land of totally idiots. It is, and we've kind of hijacked Rose is deal here. The whole thing we were going on about, we hijacked it, and I don't want to do that. Rose, it's back to you. We'll go on to something else now.
So should you teach your 10-year-old how to drive a car?
What?
No.
All right, moving on.
It's out in
Yeah,
the
but
driveway, right in
all right.
front of them every day.
Flat Earth bubbles.
You don't want them to abuse it.
Sorry,
Well,
Rose.
I think
I didn't mean to hijack you, Rose. I'm sorry.
That's good.
A lot of kids learn how to drive vehicles at a young age, especially if they work on a farm.
I
Hey
did.
Rose.
Sorry.
Hey Rose, I actually have a flat Earth question for you. Bring it back
Oh.
around full circle here. And I'm admittedly I'm on the fringe of this. I really don't follow the flat Earth stuff. I'm aware of a few of the arguments or whatnot. But my question to you is, why hasn't anyone, or maybe they haven't, I'm ignorant of it, admittedly, tried to put together a funded expedition to the edge of the Earth and document it and prove once and for all that the edge of the Earth? I say let's do it. Let's make this a live statement right now, Rose. We can put this together. We'll open a GoFundMe account.
You
We'll
want me
put
to do
together
it,
an
Rose?
expedition and we'll prove this motherfucker once and for all.
It's illegal.
We'll do it.
Christopher, hold on. Christopher, I'm gonna point out doesn't agree with shit I have to say, but I'm gonna let Christopher answer this for me because I think he is awake enough to do that. Go ahead.
Because the last person to go to Antarctica, that General Byrd, ever since he left there, all of the nations have signed a treaty saying they'll never go back and no one can go without an escort because they're hiding something there. So it's illegal to go to Antarctica.
Correct.
Yeah, but if it's flat, there should be other corners we can go to, right? Why only one side? Let's go somewhere else.
Rose.
Well, that's pretty foolish.
Why not?
Because
Why can we only go to one side? Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, because the Antarctic is a circle. There is no one side.
Whoa! I thought this was a flat Earth.
It is.
Okay, so so it's a circle that we're on, right? So there's no particular corner. So why do we have to go to that one part of the sphere?
No. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not
sorry.
saying,
Take it
I'm not saying it's a circle. What I'm saying is that Antarctic is not at the South Pole. It'd be
right.
around.
It would be at it'd be at the edge, like the.
Do you know about the treaty or not?
So do you think that the edge surrounds us? Is that what you're saying? Like Antarctica surrounds us, right?
It's
like why? Yeah.
Maybe like a pizza, the crust.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. I feel you. So I mean, you should be able to get out of different directions. And any direction you travel, you should inevitably hit the South Pole.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, why don't we test that? We'll just get GoPros. We can stream this shit live.
Yeah. Why? Yeah, that's a good question. Why hasn't there? Hey, that's a good question. That's a good question.
It's illegal.
Well, so what? We're getting truth out there. Snowden.
Hello? Test. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, Space. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, we don't know where the boundaries and the edges are, because there is the ring of the Antarctic ice wall around us, according to that model, and the powers that be, the countries that the powers that be, or the powers that should not be, those countries that are in the Antarctic Pact, they each have their own section to patrol and guard and protect and escort people through. So there is a defensive perimeter to keep us from exploring that. There has never been any north to south circumnavigation of the globe. It's only been east to west.
Well, there was a woman in Australia who recently did that. She went around the world, admittedly not around the equators and around the land near there, but because she's near Australia, she pretty much went across our area, and she went from one side to the other. I forgot her name, but she was wearing pink, and her raft was pink, or the boat thing was pink. But she was an Australian, and she went around the smaller section of the globe. She left from Brisbane or Sydney, I think it was, and she came around and had to go back around through on the western side. That's a complete circle.
What's her name?
I don't know. Kate something. She's an Australian. Just type in Google Australian girl. million.
I know what he's talking
Well,
about. Yeah, I've heard that. He's tried to circumnavigate the Earth and
see around the world
like
sailing.
16 or something, right?
Yeah,
Isn't she like
Jessica
really young?
Watson. Yeah, Jessica Watson.
Well, that's just what they want you to think.
So who said that?
So that's what they want you to think.
That
It's
was
all a hoax.
that was secular that said that.
All
right.
Um,
All right. So moving on. So, what do you think about bubbles in space? There's a lot of videotape and people have taken screenshots of astronauts that are supposed to be in space, but you see bubbles coming out of their space suits. What do you think? Is that underwater, or do you really think they're in the water in space? Is space the water, or are they in underwater tanks? I mean, what do you think?
so what's the question? That they saw what from where?
All right, I have to repeat myself again. Can you please pay attention, please? All right, in space, right? There's video of the astronauts that have bubbles, air bubbles coming from their astronaut suits. How would you explain an air bubble in space?
Because well, you're talking about if they're doing a moon, not a moonwalk, a spacewalk, or are they inside the ISS?
Spacewalk.
I suppose. I suppose. I mean, you can see water, so it could be water out there. And then that might evaporate quickly. Could we see the video? It's hard to comment on something if we can't see what it actually looks like and what it is.
All right, continue to talk. I'll pull it up.
In the meantime, I'm going to bring him up to speed because I remember the night that you had Pillhead in here and you guys were debating all this with that Reds dude and shit. So basically, she's going to show some videos and might be a hodgepodge. I'm not sure what she's going to bring up. Now, some of it may be footage of actual like underwater footage of them training because they do that, and that footage is out there.
Yeah, they do train in water.
Some of it will be like mixed footage of them dude out there like working on a fuselage, and what sometimes you'll see is like ice debris like breaking from the panel or rising up behind them briefly, and some people claim that in their opinion it looks like
Well, water is pretty abundant. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're suggesting that like
abundant.
there is no space, that it's just completely water, and that they're actually in scuba gear and they're fooling us all. That's kind of the.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, NASA scientists and even ones from Europe, they do train in water to get that simulation.
Yeah.
But apart from that, in space, there is not so much water. You get water molecules. I mean, it's really abundant.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's bound to happen. I mean, obviously not in large. So you're not going to see like a little ocean floating around in space. No, but I mean like the actual molecules of H2O. You'll see that. That's one of the most abundant.
Well, they generally freeze like in extreme temperature, right? You find
That's like
a lot of time, like on the outs from cameras. Sometimes you'll see like these little chunks of white float in front of cameras and stuff, and on the satellites because it's like breaking up ice debris.
Asteroids and meteorites.
Yeah, they're ice. Like a lot of time, what'll happen too is like, for example, if like the ISS, like on the dark side, when it's cold, right? The water molecules will freeze, and when it faces the light side toward the sun, they'll start to break apart, right?
Can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. There you go. All right. So you can look here, and you guys can talk about what you're seeing right here. What do you think?
So I just seen two white chunks of debris floating up in the corner. See, there it is again.
Could you take it to like the second that something happens and point out where it is? Is there a
Put that
specific?
link in the side chat so I can see
No,
it.
it's like no, it's like yeah, it's like a specific like timestamp you want us to look at. Like, like say if it's something happens at 30 seconds in, could you take it to 30 seconds in and point out what part of the screen we're supposed to look at?
Well, Rose, you can play it again because it actually repeats it.
I've done it. If you want me to do that, I've done it, but I'm trying to make it quick tonight because I'm going over a lot of subjects.
Okay.
But if you want me to do it again, I can show it again.
Well, just so you can see it. I'll point it out. It's on the left-hand side. Keep your eye. There's two white little blurps, like ice debris that floats by, and that's what they're showing. So check it.
So just call it out
ready?
for us.
We're all ready.
That right there.
No, not yet. That wasn't it.
All right.
To the bottom left.
Mhm.
Oh, those two things.
Mhm.
On the top left. Yeah, that could be us. Or it could be something broken. I mean,
Could be a bubble.
Could be anything.
yeah. It is very bad quality, and again, there's also a lot of space travel.
That's NASA footage. That's what they gave us back then.
Yeah, so that's.
I will say inconclusive.
Hey, Christopher. You think maybe you could do some like color shit on that and like see what you can see from that footage from the bubbles and stuff?
Yeah, let's try to do it. Hold on a second.
Cool.
That's what I'm
That'd
doing
be
right
cool.
now. I was trying
It's
trying to pull it up.
the big thing is the big thing is when they say it's live footage, and they're actually there doing it, and those bubble-like things appear, and they're pronounced, and they don't act or move like they're in space. They move like they're moving through a denser material, like a water substance. So if they're showing that as live, as in space, and those anomalies are happening, it's clear that they're faking it.
Well, I mean, two, you got to look. Everything's moving up. It's breaking away. It's moving up. The guy's moving up. He's trying to hold himself down. What do you do when you're more buoyant? You're floating to the top. You're trying to hold yourself down. Those particles aren't trying to hold themselves down. They're just white blobs or whatever, and you're floating to the top. Is that what you're going to, right?
Yeah, that's a good point too. Just the way they move. A lot of the newer footage that NASA's put out, I've seen some videos that it's a camera and you can hear the underwater sounds, and they'll try to say that it's just the reverberations of the machinery and translating through the whoever's holding its glove, and that's creating sound inside the suit, which is relaying through the mic, and it's completely ridiculous. It's
Why is that
underwater.
ridiculous?
Well, that explanation is ridiculous because I've been underwater. I know what underwater sounds like, and when you have machinery in water, and that's what it sounds like. From my own personal experience, I say conclusive, fake.
Well,
it can
actually,
dampen.
they have taken underwater footage of what certain machinery sounds like compared to outside, and you can pretty much match it up to a lot of space footage. Sorry.
The reason for that is there's a lot of stuff around the ears, and so the vibrations through the substance, like air or liquid, is going to be muffled. So when you get like if I put a GoPro under the water, and I get things are going to sound different. And same with space, because there's no own space.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual experiments that have been done underwater with, like, say, a machine nail gun made for underwater, I guess. I don't know how they do it. Anyways, it's underwater, and the nail is going into the wood, and then they show the astronauts that are screwing in something and the space shuttle in space. but it sounds exactly like it would underwater.
Why wouldn't it sound any different?
Well, it should. One's underwater and one's in space. One's a vacuum. One's a vacuum. So there should not be.
You wouldn't hear
But
it.
the thing is, though, a suit.
If something's a vacuum, would you have the same sound as you would underwater? No, that's incorrect.
The thing is, though, because it's.
Come on, don't even act like.
Well, the other thing is, the other thing is the claim of the ice particles. How ice, what is the ISS leaking like a sieve? So it's up in the thermosphere, which is like 4,500 degrees, and which doesn't transfer heat, and doesn't statically shield or discharge in space, the thermosphere. And now you have ice crystals or ice particles forming. So it's leaking like a sieve. We never replaced the seals. It just doesn't make any sense when you really look at it.
So when you
just want to back up. So, all right, go ahead.
Because there's no sound in space, that's fine. But the fact that when you
you have to look. It's not just fine. You have to look at it as a fact. It's not fine. It's a fact.
Hold on. Because you have a suit on, right, and then you got the camera, and that's got its components, right. The vibrations are going to still travel through that material and be picked up by the microphone. So even though there's no air, the vibration is still going to come through material.
Yeah, look at that.
He makes a point.
How are you going to get that point?
It's a real convenient. It's a real convenient explanation, but it just doesn't work because you look at some of the Apollo footage.
Hold on, Monsanto's. Hold on, dude. You're making really outrageous claims right now. You need me in space. No, hold on. You just made outrageous claims right now. I want Space and I to respond to that. So hold on, Space. Go ahead.
It's a convenient explanation, but when you look at some of the older footage, especially from NASA on the Apollo missions, where there's actually a astronaut who's doing some work and he throws an object and it hits the lunar lander and there's a sound created. There's no material that that object that he threw and it hit the lunar lander and it made a sound. There's no material that that sound should not have been carried in that atmosphere. So they have to come up with this convenient idea that it translates through the material, and the material picks it up and sound.
Wait, dude, let him finish, because I want to respond.
I'm done. Go ahead, Rose. Your turn.
Well, it comes down to the fact that he's saying materials can't vibrate.
It shouldn't in space. It's a vacuum.
Yeah, but
to be fair though, the sound would just not travel because there's no medium, but you can still have distortion against a microphone.
How do you know that in space? How do you fucking know that?
No, because it's not picking up sound like us humming and stuff. It's just picking up distortion in the way that the microphone works. Like the microphone, it depends on what style of microphone, right? So, for example, a microphone that works with a high sound pressure, like a dynamic microphone, works through air pressure, so it wouldn't work. But you can still push the diaphragm of the microphone and send the signal through. I know, but I'm just finishing my point. Please, that's how a microphone works.
Hold on. A microphone in space or in Earth's atmosphere are you talking about?
No, you're not. Well, if you let me finish, that's the part I was explaining. Well, just hang on for a sec there. I'll explain. The diaphragm of a given microphone, you can push it, and it's not picking up sound per se. It's still sending a distort. Excuse me.
You're not answering.
Excuse me. I'm getting to. You take it away, Rose.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you either or.
I need an answer on what you're speaking
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to finish my point, please.
No, hold on, dude. Hold on.
You can rub a microphone in space and it'll still send a distorted transmission to the microphone, but you can't talk into a microphone in space because there's no air pressure. So those are two different sounds I'm trying to explain to you.
Secular.
You didn't do well in school, did you? You can't be quiet. Listen. But go ahead.
Well, first off, this is my hangout. I just want to get a directive for anybody who's listening right now. What are you talking about? A microphone in space or a microphone in the Earth's atmosphere?
I already said that 3 times.
Say it again. Correct.
A microphone in space will react the same in regards to just pressing on the diaphragm. Because it doesn't require air pressure. It'll send a distorted signal. Why is it a lie? Prove me wrong.
I think what Secular is getting at here is that if you're just talking to a microphone, it's not in space. It's not going to react But if you walked up and poked the microphone, you're gonna get that reverberation because
you're gonna get a bump
you're
sound.
poking on
How do
it.
you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I know how microphones work. That's how I know.
In space. You've been to space.
In space, it doesn't matter. It would work the same way. If you're not relying on air pressure, then you don't need that medium.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. How are you going to tell me what a microphone sounds like in space? But you never even...
You're not understanding what I'm saying. That's the problem.
Oh, my God. You've never been to space. You cannot tell me what... No, hold on. I'm not stupid. First off, you've never been to space. Second off, you do not know what a microphone will sound like in space. So everything you're talking about is a hypnosis. You're just fucking guessing. You don't fucking know. Did any astronaut take a microphone, go in space and tap it and let you know what it sounds like? You're pulling shit out your ass, and I don't appreciate that. I'm moving on. I don't want to talk to you right now.
Well, I'm telling you, I know the science behind how microphones work, and you don't. So until you can prove me wrong.
In space? Do you in space? No, you fucking don't. You understand what it means to sound like a microphone on Earth, but not.
We don't even believe in space, so what's the difference?
You don't even believe. You know what? No, you're full of shit. You're full of shit.
Can I just add that materials do vibrate? So like if I smack a table.
In space, but you don't even know. Okay, done. You don't even fucking know. You're guessing too. You're just grasping right now. Anybody who can talk about what it sounds like in space is grasping. I can't even do that. Fuck if you can. Get the fuck out of here. Come on. Let's not be stupid now.
But how can you say what it doesn't sound like?
You know what? I'm not gonna.
I
will just kick everybody out of here because you're not gonna just just lead people that are listening and tell them what a microphone would sound like in space. None of you are qualified. No one.
Well, actually, I am. I know how microphones work.
No, you're not. No, fuck all you guys. Fuck all you guys. You guys are all fucking liars about the truth.
All right, let's move on. Then.
Yeah, let's move on.
I don't want you to rage out and quit and stuff, so let's do it.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth. I'm not gonna listen to your ball earther bullshit coming out your mouth. It's like puke. Get the fuck out of here.
Blue balls.
Yeah, fuck your blue balls. Moving on. Thinking about balls, we're going to go to Project Bluebeam.
I haven't heard about that one. What is that?
Yeah, it gets interesting.
That's a good one. Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
I'll be right back in a second.
Heard of it.
Then how do you know if it's a good one?
Just a few seconds.
It's a good one because I haven't heard about it. Why is it a bad one because I haven't heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a medium one. I like the name, Project Bluebeam. It better be good.
Well, you're not even good, so whatever. Doesn't matter.
I mean, I like to listen about it and see what it is.
Yeah.
Why is it not a good one? I mean, it could be a good one. It might be Yeti hair. Who knows? But it's something I haven't heard about it, so yeah, I'd like to hear what it is anyway.
All right, well, we are.
Let's do it.
Ignore these people. Ignore them. All right, ready? Here we go.
Let's go for it.
Let's go. Fuck. Here we go. So just recently, 11/7/15, we had a massive blue UFO over Los Angeles and San Bernardino or whatever in San Francisco. And this is what people saw. And I'm going to say thank you to my friend right here. Hold on. Julian Salamito. All right. Here we go. Very good video. Please pay attention to the footage because I want to talk about just the footage. What you think just about the footage when it's over, okay? Please. All right. Here we go.
For like an hour maybe, shooting time lapses and footage at night. Just I had my camera and we look up and we saw this crazy fucking UFO. So that's what you're gonna watch right now. So look at this.
Living.
Crazy.
I'm living. Oh my God.
Oh my god, get that. Are you getting it?
Yeah, but it's a wide angle.
Holy shit.
That is actually the sound. Sounds like a 747. Now, if you pay attention, you can see an airplane here, an airplane here, an airplane here. When I push back on play, they're right in this area. Those are regular airplanes. This is a different type of light. The light's coming out, as you can see, like that.
Dude. The craziest thing. I'm so happy we were here to see that. And the
Alright, I don't know what the fuck that was. We're gonna look around the internet. I'm probably just gonna upload this, so if you know what it is, let me know. Good God, that was weird. And again, sorry about the bad audio. It's her fault. She forgot the mic.
Right. There's other videos of it, but just on this one right now. Go ahead.
Do you think that has something to do with Project Bluebeam? Could be. What do you think?
I'm not sure what Bluebeam is. I don't know what Project Bluebeam is, but I mean, it looks to me sort of like a rocket or something. I can't make out exactly what that is. Just from what I'm looking at, I don't know what that is. Strange. I would have loved to have seen that in person.
Well, I thought it was interesting with the microphone in that actual video. I replayed it a few times when I watched it, and there's kind of like a sound, like a womp, like a I don't know. I don't know if it was just a weird thing with the mic, but it seemed to happen in time with the explosion or the dissipation of the light source in that manner. What it is, I don't know. I know they said it was a missile on the news. They said it was like a missile test or something. But how do you really know? Because what the news tells you is usually not what's going on.
I didn't hear about it on the news. This is the first time I'm seeing it. It does kind of look like a missile or a weird contrail or some kind of thing to me. I hadn't seen it before, and I didn't know about what was the Bluebeam thing, the Project Bluebeam. Was that a missile test or was it something else?
No, it's a project that's been in effect since military even existed. Actually, they've been trying to do this. It's kind of like when you go see IMAX. Well, picture your IMAX screen in your movie theater up in your sky. They have the capability to do that. You just go back to China. They have a hologram city. Have you heard of that or seen that?
Digital projection onto the sky background, right?
Right. Same thing.
Oh, okay. No, I got
IMAX. Like IMAX, IMAX times 1,000 in your sky. So they can literally do sound, weather, picture. They can have the whole effect of IMAX, but with all the extremities involved in that as well.
So, I mean, that wouldn't work without an amphitheater type of setting. So,
Well,
if
that's the
we're
chemtrails.
under,
Hold on.
no.
That's the chemtrails. That's where the chemtrails come in effect. The chemtrails actually hold every chemical that is in your HD, a flat screen TV, is being let out in the chemtrails. So you're actually making a flat screen TV in your sky through the chemtrails with the Project Blue Beam in effect with that, and now there you go, hologram. It's kind of like Independence Day.
So what I'm saying is if you're in an atmosphere, that wouldn't work because it would penetrate the atmosphere. If you're in a dome, if you're in a dome with a semi-solid substance on the other side, like water or whatever, then you would get a reverberation, right?
Well, I showed that earlier with the Venus and the star footage, correct?
Right. So that's how you could do it if you had a substance on the other side of your atmosphere.
Well, we do, and that's what I try to point out earlier.
That's what I'm saying is that if there's a denser substance on the outside of an atmosphere or dome or glass
water,
or whatever it is,
the firmament,
then you could get a reverberation. If it was just a atmosphere, then it would leak through and you wouldn't get a clear signal like that, right?
Yes. Absolutely. And that's my point I'm trying to make tonight, is that there is possibly water on the other side of the firmament, and that's where we get the pictures of Venus, the pictures of the stars, and the blue beam technology.
Well,
that you would, water is a current. How many times have you heard that water is a current? It is a current. Water is a current, right? Yes or no?
Well, it
you guys
has
agree?
currents.
Yes?
It can have current, but water
Yes
isn't
or no?
current. No.
It can
Your
carry
definition
current.
is wrong.
It can carry a current. How about that? Of electricity. Can water be a carrier of electricity? Yes or no?
It's a conductor, yes.
Definitely.
Yes
yeah.
or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a conductor.
So
Okay.
how would
All right. Let's not play
what
stupid.
would be the mechanism of this for like, so we know with TVs that have pixels and that kind of thing. What would be that for? That kind
I'm
of.
telling you. What do you mean? What's your question? Would it be
Well,
the
like,
means for
with TVs, we have pixels and that kind of thing where, you know, they change color and all that kind of stuff.
The pixels are diminished when we got HD TV. HD TV diminishes the pixels. It's so much harder.
Pixels. Yeah.
It's so much harder to break. It's so much harder to break down any kind of footage that is through HD than it was back in the 1980s, 1990s when they had more pixels in the picture. Would you agree, Christopher? Because you know about pixels and pictures and filming. HD makes it a lot harder. Yes or no?
Makes what a lot harder?
A lot harder to figure out if it's been tampered with or not.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
going to make it a lot harder.
Is harder.
No, I'm saying like for the mechanism of what you're saying, of which we're getting projected things onto the firmament or whatever it was that you're saying.
Yeah.
They would need to have like pixels or something. You're also saying that chemtrails spray what's in our TVs.
Yeah. You have aluminum, barium, you have a lot of things that are being sprayed on us from the chemtrail. We know those are real, and I'm not going to sit here and debate with you.
What Santos was getting on about is he's thinking, I guess, what I'm gathering from what he's saying is, so you're spraying chemtrails as like a reflective surface.
Yes.
Almost like coating the inside of the dome.
Yes.
And then you can project an image on the inside of that dome.
Yes.
And
yes.
then
Correct.
you would see it.
Hold on. No, you would see it like a projection, like a IMAX theater.
But wouldn't it just fall to the ground?
Or a planetary. You ever went to the planetarium?
I have a question just to kind of cut to the chase here. Like, what's the end goal of hiding all this? If we really do live on a flat Earth and, like, you know, we live in a dome, why not just say that? Why go through all this, like, shenanigans?
You're not gonna like the answer. Are you an atheist?
It doesn't
I'm
matter.
pretty sure. I think you are, and
Well, you can,
I'm
like, well,
guessing. I'm guessing you're an atheist, and if I answer you, you're not gonna like it.
Well, I don't care
You
about
wanna
it.
know the
Do you really care if I like it or not? Just go for it. Go for it.
I'm just telling you.
I don't care.
The
Go for it.
answer is to
Yes.
deny. Okay, well, you're gonna fight against this, and that's fine, but it's to deny the creator.
Why can't
That's
we
it.
have a creator? Why can't we believe in a creator without believing in flat Earth and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, all the believers used to believe in a flat Earth and a dome. They did in the Old Testament time. The Israelites did.
Defensive. Listen.
No, I know. I'm agreeing with you.
If there's a firmament, with the waters above the firmament, how can you deny the creator? You can't. So, how do you put division in the minds? How about Big Bang Theory? How about evolution? How about, like, you're just an accident? Oh, the consciousness came from
That's fun.
whatever. Yeah, the Big Bang Theory
I'm
could
fine
be
with
an
that.
accident, right?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you're fine with it. Yeah, you.
Okay,
of
but
course you
I
are.
just was talking about flat Earth, though. Like, how does the flat Earth thing fit into it? Why hide
I'm
that? Because the
telling
people in
you.
biblical times believe
Well,
that.
Well, it's
I'm telling you, people in biblical times believe that.
From a social or society outlook, I look at it like this. I look at it, why are they hiding it? Because just like in history, there was knowledge that was held by the elites or the ruling class in that caste system, and I think Columbus got his hands on some maps that showed him where some more land was, and he wanted Italy to finance him. They said no. He went to other countries. They said no. So he wound up in Spain, and she said, yeah, go claim it for Spain, because Spain, the hierarchy, evidently didn't have that knowledge. So he came. Then there was more land. There was more resources, and people, tired of being oppressed, wanted to go somewhere else and live life freely. Now,
What was that to do with science?
now, let me finish. Now, with them creating this image or this idol of a globe, you've kind of hidden the boundary. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to explore. All the resources we have are limited, so we have to control them and fight other people for them. When there's actually an abundance of resources for everyone, but a few at the top want to stay there, so they have to manipulate everyone into thinking that that's all there is, and that's part of the big picture. That's the motive.
Well,
it's power, control, and money.
With the model you've given, that there's a dome over the Earth and that it's flat, you've just restricted us that far. Well, it may not you, but I think it was Rose that said there's a dome over the Earth, the firmament, and the Earth is flat. Well, if you've got that model, and then I think it was that you're saying that there's no space or something, isn't that more constricting than saying that here we've got a planet that's round, and we can go out in space and all that kind of stuff? Isn't that less restricting because we can go to the moon, we can go to other planets and such? Isn't that less restricting?
I'm claustrophobic thinking about living in a dome.
It's gonna take millions of years and millions of lifetimes. What's the point? We have no technology to get there that fast, or even if it is possible to get past.
We have been to the moon.
Belts. No, we haven't. But that's a different topic. We covered that earlier in the show. But let me finish the question. On a flat plane of existence, whether there's a dome or not, because we don't really know the shape, we just know that there's an upper barrier and a lower barrier, and to the sides we don't really know. Maybe there's another pocket or puddle with another sun and more land and more resources that's out there beyond the ice shelf. Maybe there is more. But we're programmed at an early age to believe in this globe model, to where if you go around, you just keep going around. You go back to where you started. And You can walk around your neighborhood and make a circle, but you're not traveling around a sphere. And so it's flat. I mean, it's definitely not a globe. I know that. Could it be? Could it be
know
some?
it's not a globe?
I know
You
it's not a
absolutely
globe.
know. Oh, how do you know it's not a globe?
We're not gonna fucking debate on that,
No,
Sickler.
he's making a statement as a fact, so I'm just wondering. Oh, I understand, bros.
I've done my
Anytime
research.
one of you guys say something is a fact, it's unchallenged. I understand.
It's a fact for me. It doesn't have to be a fact for you. The funny thing about truth is it doesn't need you or I to believe it for it to be true. But in my research,
That is. But if you claim it to be a truth, you have to back it up. That's all I'm saying.
No, he doesn't have to back up shit.
That's called burden of proof, Rose. That's called burden of proof. That's
Well,
all I'm saying.
I went to the opposite side. I tried to, because I did love the globe, and I did love space and the cosmos and the beautiful dream of the stars, and we're all made of stardust, and the cosmic beauty of all that. That was really hard for me to give up. But looking at the evidence, doing my research, because all the information is out there, all you have to do is be open-minded enough to look at it, and then put two and two together as a critically thinking, rational, logical human being, and it's all there. So, and I was only supposed to be here for an hour. It's like an hour and a half. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, everybody else. I've got to get out of here because I got to go to work tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Oh man, I'm glad you came back.
Yeah. You are a straight shooter, dude. And I totally respect you. That's why I kicked fucking Seckler out of here just a second ago. Because, you know what? Yeah, he wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean, he missed it. And, I'm glad Monsanto stayed in. And, it's like the rest of us. Space here, he's one of my good buddies. I don't believe exactly how he believes, but, what we need to do is, we don't need to be in that cage. We need to reach out, look for other things, and,
we need to find the common ground. We need to find a common ground.
It's not even about a common ground. It's about
something, dude.
You don't need to be trapped in the cage. You need to reach out. You don't need to be trapped in the cage.
Get out the cave. Get out the fucking cave.
Exactly. Get out of the cage. Go out, look at other things.
That's why.
It's
that's
better
why
when you're out of that.
That's why I really enjoy open and honest dialogue. I think there's no replacement for it, and for us to progress as a society, we have to be open and honest and be willing to discard ideas that don't hold up and accept the ones that do. I think we can all have open conversations about them.
It's your own personal journey, dude. Like, nobody can tell you how you should awake or how you should come about the truth. That's your own personal journey. You shouldn't believe anything I say. You shouldn't believe anything anybody said on this whole fucking panel tonight. You shouldn't believe anything you fucking saw. Do your own fucking research. Start your own fucking journey and come to your own conclusions. That's the best way to go, period. Start from where you feel you need to start and progress from there. Move on from people. Don't let anybody be a gatekeeper in your life. Don't take anybody's information as solid information. Move on. Find other avenues, other ways of communicating, whatever it is. Do it.
And have fun about it. Don't
yeah.
Enjoy it. Don't hate the whole time you're doing it. Like
it's a passion. I love it. I love it.
You love it. And
I won't do anything else until the day I die.
Right.
I'm committed.
Every little circle
it's like
or
a marriage.
Flat plane.
Yeah.
You're gonna enjoy everything you experience. You can't be like, oh no, no, it's just not that. So I mean, if you're not having any fun, then you're not. Why are you passionate about it if you're not having fun about it?
Me and Truth are married, and it is work that I'm willing to put in, and it's something I'm willing to do till the day I die. If you're gonna ever commit to anything, commit to the truth first within yourself, And when you're able to do that, then you can give it to somebody else if you're willing to, or if you feel like it's possible. A lot of people look for the truth outside themselves, and that's why a lot of their relations are very, short.
But if you treat it like love, love can be blind and it can make you miss things. It makes people miss when their partners are cheating on them.
No.
It's true.
Get
I
the
like
fuck
Chris.
out of here.
You've got
He's
it.
going for it. He's going for the blind.
Christopher, you're like the virus. You're just
No,
like Ebola.
no, seriously.
You're out of nowhere.
When you
Ebola.
think you
And
have
here
it.
comes Christopher.
No,
Here
I
comes
mean,
Christopher, fucking Ebola virus. Fucking
I
get the
like
fuck
that
out of
analogy.
here.
You're married to the truth
No,
because
I'm
it's
married
made
to
you
the truth.
lie.
I am. No,
hey,
no,
I
fuck
live
no.
on a Dorito,
You're
baby, and I'm the closest to the cheese dip, so, you know. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, you can be blind or you can be open to seeing everything. So, that's
Everything?
that everything. And, everything.
Everything?
And, that's what we do,
Yeah, Sean,
is
stop being an
talk
asshole.
about everything. So,
Sean
it's
doesn't
all
even know how
good.
to talk about everything.
And Monsanto's is sitting here
what,
like,
Sean?
you Americans don't speak English,
Goddamn Americans.
Oh, the good old days.
Fucking America.
There was one time.
Yeah.
But the earth is round, and I'm sorry. Fact.
So do. Okay, blue baller. You keep being a blue baller. That's fine. All right. So I just want to do a recap before we end. Venus.
You still live on
What's
the
your take
recap
on
or
the
off on the recap?
Yeah, recap. No, we're live on the recap, real quick, and then I'm going off. Venus, what's your take? Yay or nay on the Venus video?
Did you ask me?
Chris.
Oh, you're talking to me? I debunked that.
Anybody?
Oh,
Okay.
I'll start off. It was a great show.
No,
maybe,
Venus, the footage.
yeah. That was camera footage.
Okay,
There
so
was a
0.
common effect. It was a common effect by cameras. I showed that's a common optical illusion with optics and refraction.
All right, moving on. All right,
easily.
General. Okay,
See how they get when I try to bring that logic to the table?
That's great, Christopher. Dude, I have to move on.
This is
I
that
have a lot.
love.
I have more
Love.
subjects. I have more subjects. I do love you, man. I love you, brother. Okay, General, what do you think on Venus footage?
My thing is I didn't believe it. If maybe Chris could have showed me something that wasn't through a Monster energy drink, maybe it would have convinced me a little more. But yeah, it was way too out of there, through too many layers of windows and
Okay, moving on.
firmament.
Okay, Monsanto's. What do you think about the Venus footage?
The Venus footage with the lasers and stuff? I wasn't sure what I was trying to prove.
No, it's a transparent planet, Venus. I showed tonight. What do you think?
Yeah, Venus is definitely a planet and it ain't transparent.
Okay.
That shit
All right.
was through South Park footage.
What about the star?
Stars definitely exist.
That was really good footage. You don't think so?
Are you talking about my footage that I reproduced?
My footage on the star. On the
Oh.
star. I showed.
Camera wasn't focused at the window. That's all that
I
was.
thought it was. I thought it was.
It
That's
made a
fine.
neat kaleidoscope effect.
It did. You're right. Correct. Go ahead.
I stumped my clam on the star footage. I don't know. I tripped and stumped on that one. Don't know. It was way out there. And
It was good footage, though. It was good footage.
it was good footage, and it was a spectacle, but I just can't say. I was too busy worried about whether I bumped my muff or not. It wasn't there for me. I don't know.
Mm.
It was good to look at, but you know, I'm not a camerographer like Chris. I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah, right. So you know, it was just like, yeah, I really like it. I wanted to be something, but I can't say.
All right, fair enough. Monsanto's. What do you think about the star footage? You saw it, right?
I didn't see the star footage, but I find great majesty in the awe that we can look through telescopes and see light years away and see distant stars. I think that's very, very amazing to know that we can see back into the past because of that light emitted so far away and so long ago. That's amazing.
All right, people. So we're in the Twilight Zone. As you can see, a lot of people on this panel are fucking mind-fucking controlled and programmed. They have no clue about reality or what's fucking going on, that they agree to no matter what I show them, they're just going to be like, I don't fucking know. That's fucking bullshit, people. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck is this? You know, shit. Maybe I should show a video. I don't fucking know what to do with
You
this.
gotta admit, it was a good show. It was fun. It was a good show.
What was the video?
Right?
This shows the video. I didn't see it.
All right. So, anyways, you know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna go into clones. You know what? These people have no clue what the fuck they're talking about. I love them to death, but goddamn, they're fucking stupid. All right. So we're gonna move on to clones. All right. We're gonna move on. Fucking A. All right. So Donald Marshall.
It was supposed to be an hour. What are you doing to us? You know,
I'm ending.
This guy's from fucking Britain or something. They don't stay up past 5.
It's only 12:30.
For us, it's only 6:30 p.m. So.
Don't be little bitches. Is it your bedtime?
What the? It's 6:30 p.m. here.
Well, it's 12:30 a.m. here. It's still early.
It's 3:30 a.m. for me. What are you talking
we're just gonna talk. Dude, we're just gonna look at some clones real quick. That's it.
Let's see them clones. Slimy lizard people. Come on. Bring
All
it
right.
on. I'm down with the lizard people. They sell me insurance. It's government insurance.
Hold up, yo. I'm not doing that right off the bat.
Oh, you guys there?
Oh, I thought it was me.
No.
Yeah.
I think I broke it on the government insurance lizard people. It broke.
I was like, ooh, shit. Maybe it's the Illuminati listening into us. Never know.
We're all in trouble. The all-seeing eye just saw us.
Oh shit, we're fucked.
I run into this all the time. I love the topic, but when I try to ask questions, I get just yelled at. In general,
that's what's
it
gonna
doesn't.
happen.
It doesn't seem.
Oh, can you just mute yourself for a minute?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Just mute you.
Come on. Yeah, mute. All right, here we go.
Hello, everyone. Frilex here. I'm doing this video just to point out, in case anyone missed it,
I don't give a fuck about all
Rapper
this.
B.O.B. has recently
Here we go.
Donald Marshall for President 2016. I am not a clone. I still have dreams. Clones don't have dreams. They can't gain weight, and they can't grow hair. Who are you sleeping next to? If my account gets deleted, cover up. If my plane goes missing, cover up. I am of sound mind, and am fully healthy and aware.
Water.
If any headlines appear about me being crazy or delusional, cover up.
Water.
You ever wonder why it's illegal to explore Antarctica or the North Pole?
And now we were talking about this with the flat Earth, right? How you can't go to the Antarctica or the North Pole. Why is this rapper talking about this? Now, I did confirm this. I went on his Twitter. These Twitters are, this is real. This is accurate. These are real Twitters from B.O.B. All right. Why is he talking about this shit? And it goes deeper.
Well,
Hold on.
because okay.
Hold on.
Remember, if anything happens to me,
Cover up.
And finally, I am not hacked, just aware. Somebody publicly coming forward about this is a huge deal, and I think we should all pay attention to BOB in the near future to see how this unfolds. Thanks for watching. Until next time.
Why should we pay attention to him? Because he's a rapper?
No.
Because he
Are you
agrees with
fucking
what
serious?
you think?
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. Why? I mean, this is the same thing when famous people talk about politics. Why would we care?
What a rapper says.
What?
Yeah, why would we care what a rapper says? I'm saying
What the fuck do you mean?
I'm saying that anybody can.
And what do you fucking mean he's a rapper? What does that fucking mean?
It doesn't discredit him, but it doesn't offer him any credit. He just has a lot larger audience.
What kind of fucking credit do you have?
None.
All right. So, what the fucking kind of credit do you have? How can
I'm
you
just
question
saying.
somebody else's credit?
I'm not. I'm just saying it's somebody
I'm
with
just
a
saying-
large audience saying things that you
I'm
agree
just
with.
Well, no. He's talking about a lot of shit that a lot of people are scared of. And those weren't the only tweets. I found better ones. I can show you right now on his Twitter. He talks about way more deeper shit than that. That was lightweight.
Well, there is a reason why we can't go to Antarctica, because it's protected. Multiple governments have it protected because
there's a fucking treaty. No,
Yeah,
it's because
that's treaty doesn't exist. Yeah.
Why is there a treaty for us not to go to Antarctica? Because they know we're gonna find the fucking circle, the fucking rim. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what? If you want to downplay the truth, you're not gonna be a part of this, all right? Because I'm not even fucking playing around. I already know the truth, all right? I already fucking know. And I'm telling you that the Antarctic, there's a treaty. You can't go there. It's illegal. It's illegal. You can't go. If I had $5 million, you had $5 million, fucking General had $5 million, and fucking Christopher had $5 million, and we're gonna fucking do an expedition to the North Pole or Antarctic, would be stopped. You're not gonna do it. Guaranteed.
Well, would someone be able to present why they think it is the case? Not saying it's fact, but say why they think it's the case?
What do you mean? They think that it's a case of what?
Would I be able to put forth my reason why there's a treaty and what it's for? Would that be okay?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Why is there a treaty?
So the treaty does
And
prevent...
pretend like I don't know about Admiral Byrd and the other expeditions. Right? Go ahead.
It's to protect, because the Antarctic is isolated geographically from all other countries and continents and such islands. The animals there are endangered.
Bullshit.
So they need to be protected.
There's no proof of that. That's not in the treaty. Don't make up shit. If you want to make up shit, do that on your own time. There's nothing in the treaty that says anything about the animals.
He said he was putting forth a possibility.
Hold on, just let him finish. I want to, see the endangered species pissing turtle in California thing.
Alright, humor me. Go ahead.
For example, we know that penguins are starting to go because of the melting cap, the melting sea.
So because of penguins, we can't go fucking to the Antarctic.
Because it's protected, because as we've seen what happens...
Are you pulling
hang on, just let him...
He's being stupid.
I mean, that's what's been told to him. Let's hear what they told him.
I'll entertain this for a max 2 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, we have endangered species that can't be found anywhere else on Earth, for example. So the reason why we can't have people on there is, one, because of that, and because the particular environment, it's ice. It's not another island of rock that we can actually sustain. We have to be be careful who can go there. That's why it's only scientists, and they can do some limited experiments there to, and such like that. So people are allowed to go there, like scientists. The CSIRO from Australia and the Commonwealth, they have expeditions quite frequently to the caps, and they do experiments there, and they have footage from there. Yeah, you can go onto the CSIRO's YouTube channel and
You
see that
done
kind of stuff.
bullshitting people? You done? Are you done?
I mean, this is the thing. What's the problem with say like me? I'm a scientist. I have a snowcat with
What's the problem is? What's the problem is? I'm gonna tell you what the fucking problem is.
I got nuclear fusion, and I can drive across. Why would they stop me from just driving across? I'm not running over penguins.
Well, they are.
Punting baby seals with my cricket bat. I'm just jumping on. I'm rolling through. I'm not running over baby seals.
It's
penguins. I just want to drive to the edge. I want to see the edge. Look over. Spit off the edge. See if I can't hit a salamander person on the other side. Why is there a treaty that just stops you from even doing that? Even if you're doing no damage, why do you have a treaty that's like, nah, bitches, you ain't coming here? Is there something there that's so scary you're not allowed to see?
On the side chat, I put the people you need to contact to take a tour of Antarctica. There's quite a few pieces.
What is
places.
the fucking? It's a guided tour. It's a guided tour.
Well,
but you can still go.
It's a guided fucking tour. You don't know where the fuck they're taking you. They can take you tomorrow. You don't fucking know where they're taking you.
I just want to jump in and drive there until I freeze to death. Why is it anybody else's business if I were to jump on my snowcat and dodge penguins until I freeze to death? There shouldn't be a treaty that stops me from doing it. I should just be able to go there, not punt a penguin, and go there.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on. This is our planet. There is no man that's going to tell another man where the fuck you are limited to or where you can go to on this so-called planet. What the fuck is another man going to tell another man? There is no man better than another man. I don't give a fuck how much money you have.
To Chernobyl.
Fuck you. I can go where the fuck I want.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, the other place.
Whatever.
It
doesn't matter, dude.
Hey, Rose.
No. What?
Rose.
Yeah.
A nice little factoid there because I have heard that.
Hey, Grace came back. I thought you left us.
Well, I was listening to it for a few minutes after I left, but
you're like, I gotta go back.
A good little factoid because when that comes up about preserving the Antarctic for scientific research and the populations of penguins and how it's environmentally friendly and we should keep that as a preserve, untouched and untainted by greedy, dirty humans. Greenpeace, which kind of started that movement, wasn't actually formed until 1971, and the Antarctic Treaty was signed in 1959 before any of those thought processes were even considered. They just walled it off, shut it off, and then later on they said, okay, well, we'll just add these provisions so we have a cover story.
Yep.
Well, would I be able to play a video since some Rose has played her videos? Okay.
Well, it's my room, so hold on. Space. Those are excellent fucking points. Is there anything else you want to point out, please?
No, it was just a comment to that possibility of an explanation. There's a counter to that, and that's the difference between when the treaty was actually signed and when those types of philanthropy and preservation ideas came about much later on, and then were tied into the treaty.
Well, could I play something to?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, would I be able to play something to that? Just as a counter, because it's only very quickly. It's only very quickly.
Okay, what is that showing first.
Well,
I don't want to get flagged. What is it?
sorry? It's from
What is it?
CSIRO.
I don't want.
I'll just play it, if I may.
I don't want to get flagged. What the fuck are you showing? I'll just kick you out.
Rose, baby, you just gotta lighten up and learn to laugh more.
I'm not gonna get flagged on something I don't know.
Come on, let's just loosen up. It's getting late. We're all just.
All right,
getting...
I'm gonna kick your ass out. I'm gonna kick you out then.
Antarctica Airlines flies 747s over Antarctica
All right, go ahead.
all the time.
Okay, go ahead. I'll present you. And Vaughn E. Bozel, whatever the fuck your name is, shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
So
don't treat me bad, baby.
Hey. I'm gonna kick you.
I'll just play this quickly.
Go ahead.
That it gives us an opportunity to explore our research questions in a way that has impact with society. The way this happens is our industry presents us with a real-world context in which we can explore our research area.
I've had some amazing opportunities and done some pretty incredible field work in some of the most remote, isolated and inhospitable places in the world. It's been pretty cool. But the work we do has a lot of relevance to everyday life. We are, I guess, providing information and trying to solve some of the biggest environmental problems that are facing not just Australia but the world in general.
CSIRO has been a great place for me to work, especially as a woman, because I've had 3 children, so therefore 3 lots of maternity.
So yeah, they do a lot of research and expeditions to Antarctica, and that's one of the things I wanted to drive home on that. Yeah, and this is Australia owns a big section of Antarctica for this kind of research because we're the closest to these to the southern pole. Oh, fuck. And yeah, it's widely.
I wouldn't dispute that at all. I know they're doing scientific research down there. I know there's stations with scientists, measuring ice levels and dropping drone buoys following schools of penguins and sea lions and. It's just, yes, that does go on, but before any of those thought processes were even considered, the treaty was signed, barring anybody from traveling or exploring down there.
But Antarctica Airlines flies over it all the time. Why?
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure. You can fly over around the edges and into off the coast a little bit because you're high enough. Yeah, you can fly over, but you're not.
Take a 747 over the whole thing. I posted the link if you want to book a flight. 31st out of Melbourne.
Melbourne.
And where's the destination? Do they just fly around I think they just fly around the continent and come back, right?
Well, I heard you were
tour.
saying that's what they were doing, but that's not what they do. They don't just fly around the edge. They fly over Antarctica. It's a $2,000 flight.
So there's been a north-south circumnavigation of the globe. That hasn't happened.
Book a flight. It's not as restricted as you think. If they've got an airline dedicated only to flying people over the
what the
Antarctica.
fuck are you talking about? Are you guessing? Are you guessing now, Christopher?
No.
Okay. Don't guess, dude, because then you sound stupid.
Okay, this is my thing. I worked for an airline for 6 years, and it's one of the biggest airlines in the world, and they fly all over the world. Tell me why it is a crisis for a plane to have to be, super de-iced in a place that, is not even hitting 32 degrees versus a plane flying over the Antarctic that's minus, 80 degrees or so Celsius.
Do you know when planes ice up the most? On
the
hot
ground.
summer days. No, on hot summer days is when they ice
do
over
not.
the most.
I will refute you right there. They do not ice up on the ground on a hot summer day.
No, not on the ground, but it gets cold as you go up, and you run into the most danger when you've left the ground on a hot summer day and got up to altitude.
They will ice up at altitude, but they don't ice up at altitude when they're. I mean, you can't fly through the air and run into a pressure change or a differential in temperature and not ice up. So you're telling me something, sitting in the summer is going to ice up more than
Can you stop me from presenting?
It's just that doesn't make sense. You're at the same altitude no matter what, whether you're summer when you take off or winter when you take off. So it's all the same temperature everywhere, no matter what, at 30,000 feet, right?
Is it?
No, could you stop me from presenting?
Oh, no.
Rose, you're still presenting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't need to
I
present.
I think it drops down 5 degrees per 1,000 feet. I think.
So it's
5 degrees per 1,000.
Right, so it's all the same at 33,000. So you can fly over Florida at 33,000 and it's 10 degrees below, zero, or you can fly over Antarctica and it's 10 degrees below zero, right?
You guys are so in. Oh my god.
I mean, I'm just wondering. That's what I'm saying. It's all about just the wonder. I don't know. Do you know? That's what I'm asking.
General Germ. We're being bullshit. You can't go by the fucking numbers that NASA is giving you because the numbers that NASA is giving you is bullshit.
Bingo.
Shut up. No, it's not.
That's a good point, Rose.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just wondering.
If the numbers are bullshit, how can you really look at the data that they're giving you with the fucking bullshit numbers? It's not going to make sense. And that's where you see the hole in it, and that's where you need to look at the more evidence that really adds up to the real numbers.
Right.
But we have the sun, who that has 24-hour daylight. No. We got 24-hour daylight in Antarctica, so it should be warmer at 30,000 feet in Antarctica at 24-hour daylight.
Is it 93 miles away?
Right. No,
93 million miles away? Is the sun?
So,
no, fuck no, it
perpetual
isn't. It's in our fucking
there.
atmosphere. It's in our atmosphere, dude. It's right above our fucking heads. It's not outside our atmosphere.
You're not giving me a chance to say what I'm saying. It's that going by their model, that it's daylight there, so it should technically be warmer in Antarctica with perpetual daylight at that time of year. So the plane doesn't ice up; it's warmer. It's like Tahiti on the wings of that aircraft in Antarctica during perpetual daylight, right? I mean, so their model's flawed, our model's flawed, every model's
It's not flawed. You're not taking into consideration reflective surfaces and heat absorption.
Oh, now you sound like fucking NASA. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're the person I want to fucking kill. Shut the fuck up.
It's really that way though, because when I say something, they got perpetual daylight, then there's a rebuttal. There's a rebuttal. It's like, no, you didn't look at our Michelin Man foam that we stuck on the airplane.
Christopher is vomiting information that he's been force-fed all of his life, and he wants to fucking vomit all over on me with this fucking bullshit, fucking mind control. I'm not going to have it.
Thank you.
Right.
Very
Rose
well
is
articulated.
denying how
Thank you for
it
bringing
works.
sanity to this conversation, Rose. Thank you.
Yes,
It's Chris's view though, and that's fine. I mean, Chris doesn't believe it. It's all good. It's just that
mass media, fucking pseudoscience, fucking evolution, atheist, fucking bullshit, dude.
Rose, to be fair though, Rose.
If he believes it, You know, that's
Well,
fine. He can tell us he's got algae growing on his wings of his aircraft over Antarctica. Book a flight. You know, you'll see them. There's a couple guys outside. They're doing a little pruning on their wax on, wax off trees out there on the wings. You know, because
oh my God.
you know, I
Well,
mean,
whatever.
that's what it is. It's his view. I mean, if he wants to believe that,
No,
I don't
that's not
know.
just his view.
You know?
That's the mass. No. That's the mass fucking population's view. They're fucking mind controlled, and they think a lot like Christopher, and that's fine. You can think like that, and that's the way you're expected to think. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Rose.
But you know, he can't beat it into your head, and you can't beat it into his head. I mean, if that's what
I know
he
what the fuck I'm saying is true.
Right.
No, he can't because I know what I'm talking about is true. I can bend him. He can't bend me. That's the
exactly.
difference.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
exactly.
just look at the different stuff. You know, you don't have to accept it, but you can accept it if you're like that. No, you.
No, I'm not stupid.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying anybody can look at it and be like,
well,
that's
they're
not,
stupid then.
that's not
Fucking
right,
wake up.
or
Wake the fuck up.
that is right.
Don't
you know,
think
it's the
like.
same
Don't
thing.
think like. Oh my God.
I'm just a product of the public school system.
Mm-hmm.
You
Rose
are.
is round tonight. Whoa!
You should
Girl,
have
you
been
gotta settle
homeschooled.
down. Let me relax, have a drink.
No, I want to hit hard tonight. You know why?
That's right.
It's been a week, and it's been a week. It's been 7 days.
It
and
has.
if I'm gonna do a video, I want to hit somebody. I want to hit you with the
Hit me.
truth.
What do you
I'm
got?
not
Hit me with
fucking
your
gonna
bullshit.
fucking. All right, I've been
do you got?
hitting. I've been hitting all night. What are you talking
just
about?
hitting.
I've been hitting all night.
We're gonna ship a little Common Core over to
hitting all night.
Monsanto's and teach him some Mercusness. You know, we're gonna throw the Common Core over to him. He's gonna believe it.
Some Mercus.
Books are yellow, buddy.
Yeah, when this
No.
secular guy, when he was talking about how shootings are on the news, I was thinking to myself, you know, if a moose was on the interstate, that would be big news here. But up there, it's probably nothing.
Oh, the
thinking.
one guy, yeah.
You were thinking tonight, huh?
I was.
Oh, that guy was an asshole. I'm glad you kicked him.
That's good. you
Oh
were
man,
thinking.
secular, he wasn't
fuck
that
him.
bad, man. He just didn't know. He was in Canada.
Fuck him, dude. He was pissing me off. He's illiterate.
I kind of got the impression he kind of had a thing for him. He
Gave him
kind of
enough time.
for him or something.
No, he just likes the feel of fuzzy moose horns.
Mm.
Don't judge him.
Factoid from
Don't
chat.
judge.
Might want to check this fact on chat. Black Chrome says at the South Pole, the highest temperature ever recorded was negative 12.3 degrees Celsius.
I think it's on the surface, probably. Yeah.
What was that all about?
I don't know.
Fucking know that. You don't know if it was on the surface or not. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Where'd you get that from?
Just a fact that he pointed out in chat. We could probably research that and fact check that a little bit more.
No, there's no don't research it. There's no need.
Yeah,
Rose
exactly.
knows.
Unless you
Rose
go
knows.
there, you don't know. You're
Already
taking other people's
know.
words for it.
That's a good
Already
actually
do know.
argument. Can you actually even go to the Antarctica? It's illegal. You can't even go to test it.
No, you can't.
Because they don't want you to know what is there. I actually think that
Not unless
there's,
you're a fucking guest and you're going to be escorted there. You're going to be escorted by military, probably. So they're going to pretend to be like some whatever miscellaneous shit, but really they're military. So if you're really going there to test anything, they're going to fucking know, and you're going to get arrested and put in fucking Antarctic jail. Fuck it. I don't know.
I heard they have a big telescope
That's
there.
fucked up.
They've been watching the Bureau coming.
Yeah.
I bet there's tons of meteorites there.
Rose, did you see the news that they actually found Planet X? It's like 7 times farther away than Pluto, and it's a big planet and a small planet.
The planets
You guys don't believe in
exist.
space. Exactly. You guys don't believe in space.
They found it.
Oh. No, they
bullshit.
can't. They kidnapped
Found
it.
it.
No, bullshit.
They found my
Kill
ass
my
too,
Star
right?
Trek dreams,
What the
you
fuck?
fucking guys. Kill my Star Trek dreams with the Planet X and all that.
Oh, it's
Damn.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's no fucking universe.
Fucking
I'm
kill
sorry. It doesn't
No.
exist.
Oh,
Yes.
the programming is extensive. There's a gambit going on.
Programming. You said it right there. Programming.
Yeah, the programming gambit. Reinforcing the globe. I like sci-fi as much as the next guy, but think about it. Interstellar, The Martian, new Star Wars coming out, then Star Trek, and then fucking Independence Day is coming on a resurgence. It's coming back. Independence Day, the new one. It's just
one word: firmament. Boom.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Christopher. Firmament. So if you have the firmament and there's water above the firmament, and you have the sun and the moon and the stars inside the firmament, that would be inside our atmosphere. I think there's more evidence on that than there is what NASA presents. We all know NASA presents CGI. We all know that. It's all painted. There's whistleblowers on that.
Mm-hmm.
Secular just ain't right. Look at him.
Yeah.
Secular's a douchebag.
It's not that bad, man. It's it's that knee-jerk reaction that you expect. It's like, you're dumb. Shut up. Don't talk to me. I don't want to hear what you're saying, but I'll come in and troll you.
I never said anybody was dumb. She got mad at me.
I know. I'm just.
She got all butter. I was just saying. I don't want any hard feelings with Rose. I think Rose is a lovely young lady.
Yeah.
I think she can be nice. I think someone is hard. It is Christmas. There's Christmas.
No, look.
It's fun for everybody's having fun, and you get a little knee jerk, and you're like, "Oh, you're mad." No, nobody's mad, man. It's just have some fun.
This is what it's about. I already know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not here to fucking bullshit with you and tie your shoelaces and give you a pat on your back, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Keeping it real.
I will choke you the fuck out with the truth. I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So I'm not here to pussyfoot around. So stop being bitches and let's talk about the truth. Let's talk about what the fuck is really going on. There's some fucked up shit going on. And
okay,
you don't
I got a real conspiracy for you.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up, Secular. You want to come here with a different fucking account?
Okay.
You're special? What the fuck?
Go.
Yeah. So, we have a situation where we have a lot of politicians that are backed by lobbyists and bankers and Wall Street and special interests, and they have no fucking clue where the fuck we're coming from. All right? They have no clue what we're dealing with, what our lifestyles are like, what we have to do, or what we have to do to survive, and how we live paycheck to paycheck or so forth. They have no clue about that. They are trillionaires. They can give a fuck less. And these people are not even people. All right? They don't even care if what they want to do happens in their lifetime. It could be fucking 10 generations later. They don't give a fuck as long as what they're working for is implemented. So we're dealing with entities. We're not dealing with people. We're dealing with entities. Because who else would want that kind of power not to see it in their lifetime? If you're going to be powerful, you want to be powerful in this lifetime, not 10 generations later. Think about it. How can these people do what they do 10 generations later?
I ruled the world. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mute.
Anybody want anything? Anybody has anything to say about that? And don't bullshit. I want to hear real talk right now.
I'm not No, hold on. You know what I'm about to say about the crazy big-eyed gray lizard people. I mean,
I don't want to hear about that.
No, if it's seriously, if it's flat
real?
Earth,
Real?
right?
Go ahead.
It's flat Earth, and we have the sun on our side, right? Everybody on the other side would be some weird deep sea creature looking skinny lizard people with big ass heads and big ass eyes.
What the
So
fuck are you talking about?
That is a good point, actually.
Right. So,
Oh
the
my
sun's on
God.
our side.
How is that a good point?
No,
Because
they
what's
have,
on the other side? We're the ones getting all the sun. Something's on the other side getting
Bingo.
nothing.
yeah,
Kermit the
not,
Frog sang a song about it. Kermit the Frog
What do you
fucking
mean
sang a song
bingo?
about it.
I'm not talking
It's
about Kermit the
bullshit.
Frog. I'm talking about seriously. If you
Oh,
have
that was
underground
Rainbows.
people, if you have, say you have no light, you have nothing. Uh, on the other side of the coin, more or less the coin, and all you have to do is, you're sitting around, you're coming up with knowledge, more or less. You adapt. You have big eyes, big black eyes. Um, you have no pigment to your skin, and you got big old brains. You're trying to figure out how to control the
Ridiculous.
other side,
This is
right?
ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous.
Well, how do you know what's not on the other side? There may be people on the other side with the
What
same
the
restrictions
fuck?
that
This
we
is not a
have.
fucking guessing. This is
No, I
not a
mean,
guessing game.
I'm serious. If it's other
I'm
planes,
serious.
if there's a solid plane, right? Plane of existence, flat Earth, plane of existence. If you go to the
So
other
you're
side,
guessing.
no, I'm asking a question. I'm not guessing or saying that's what it is. I'm just wondering, if you go to the other side, what's on the other side, or there's no other side. I mean, that's all I'm saying. So that's where you get all these accounts of, weird space aliens. There's not a
Okay.
space.
So do you
What are
admit
they?
that? Hold on. Do you admit that Admiral Byrd existed? Yes or no?
Well, of course he existed.
Okay.
But what if he went to the edge and there was a way through?
He did. He did go to the edge.
Right. Okay,
Have
he
you ever
went to
read
the
his
edge.
his diaries?
Yeah, I did. And
me too.
what if what he saw was so terrifying that it's like he brought it back and it's like, this is what I saw, and they're like,
No,
oh
he
shit,
didn't do that.
nobody can know that.
I already saw his videos. He didn't say that.
Like that movie, that science fiction movie where they're in a spaceship and they go through like a wormhole and it's like a horror movie but in space, whatever, and they go to like another universe or something. So probably like that on the other side of the Earth where
Well, I mean,
creatures and
no,
things and
it's not about creatures or vampires or anything else. It's what is our plane of existence? Is it like a notebook? Do you have other
Oh my God.
layers, or do you have just one
canyons.
plane, one solid plane, or do you have, instead of a globe, you have one side that gets all the light? You go to the other side of the coin, it's doesn't have any light, or what? I don't know. I mean, that's my question. I mean, I
I
don't know.
propose that's where the
It would
sun
be,
goes. That's where the sun goes when it's our daytime. The sun's on our side, but then when it's our nighttime, they revolve around on like almost a track, right? So then the underneath would get the sun while it's our nighttime. Think about that. But how do you explain time zones then?
George Bush. No, but I mean seriously. I know you're trying to undercut me here, but I mean,
No, that's a
what I'm
theory. That's
saying,
an actual theory, though, dude. Like people that believe in
right,
flat Earth propose that actually.
right. But I mean, what I'm saying is like the Earth is a disc. It's flat. It's a disc, like a coin. What's the opposite side of our coin? You got heads on one side, tails on the other. What's the other side of the coin? Or is there no other side of the coin? That's just your flat plane of existence. You know what I mean? And if it's only one plane of existence, then you have to think about other dimensions, that other plane of existence, like the pages of a notebook.
I think it's
everything's
narrow.
flat, and you step through, and you can go to the next plane.
I think it's almost narrow-minded to assume that nothing is, like, nothing could have, forgive the term, evolved on the other side to survive in a dark environment that's very cold and always nighttime. I don't think we would recognize it. But it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that, I mean, if we are living on a flat plane, that there isn't a bottom side that has something there. I mean, you can't. We're not living on a. If you believe we live on a flat plane, we're not living on a cylinder, or a shaft. So there's got to be another side.
So what do you think? What do you think, Christopher? What do you think we're living at?
I think we live on a blue ball, but I'm just saying I haven't thought about it. But the flat disc does have to have another side.
Two sides of a coin. That is a fact.
Well, you could take a frisbee. That's a coin. Round is a frisbee. A penny. A pizza.
There's two sides to a frisbee, though. Two sides to a frisbee.
But you have to admit, there's got to be something there.
There's got to be something.
Well, yeah, there is something there, but there's not a fucking ball.
Well,
right. That's what I'm saying. There's no ball. It's like a coin. You got the heads. You got the tails. You got the light on one side, the dark on the other.
The duality.
Right. If you're
we live in we're all very clear that we live in a world of duality. Right?
Right. So you have,
big,
say
small, black, white, small, big. There's duality. So we have to think that maybe the world we live in is duality.
Right. So you got, say, our side, which is the light side on one side, good humanity with all our faults. You have good. And then on the other side, it's not good. These dudes on the other side, on the dark side, are like, these dudes got all the light on that side. They're a bunch of jerks. We're gonna bore through, come through, their firmament, and we're gonna start controlling what they do.
Maybe
is
that's
that
good.
out of the realm of possibility, or is it?
Well, since it's been confirmed and proven that it's not actually a globe, we don't see any curvature, we don't experience any curvature or spin. The possibility of what it could be is open, and I understand Rose's point of view with it being biblical and the forces of good and evil, and I see Germ's point where it could just be beings from the other side of the coin or from down below, because there's clearly on this plane of existence a lesser dense material and then a very dense material. We've only ever drilled like 8 miles down, and we can only go so high. So you have these two densities meeting each other, and then you have electromagnetism creating the movement of the celestial bodies and generating the sun's heat, controlling tides and so forth. So the two densities coming together with a heat source creates this kind of puddle, surrounded by ice. And beyond that, we don't know what it is. We don't know what shape is underneath or farther out, how far it goes. And so it's really nice to theorize and speculate. But until we figure out where the actual boundaries are, it's just kind of.
I kind of do know, though. I kind of do.
But
you have the four corners, right? Now I don't know what your
you said it was a circle. Let's keep it straight here, Rose.
I never said it was. No, I never fucking locked on into anything. I never locked
earlier when I said that, you made it clear it was a circle.
I never locked into anything.
Wait, just a point of geometry.
You're a fucking liar, dude.
Just a point of geometry. You can't have four corners in a circle. All you have to do.
In the Bible,
all you have to do is draw a line from one end of the circle to the other, and then one at 90 degrees perpendicular. And there in the center, you have
you're
four
a fucking
corners
dick
in
and
a
a
circle.
liar. Whatever. Vaughn, don't fucking put words in my mouth, dude. Fuck you.
Well, on that note, it has been fun, and thank you for letting me participate.
Bye.
Rose, it's a pleasure, and I think you
Always
have good intentions. I think you're kind of nutty, but all around a nice person.
You don't think you're fucking nutty?
Engaging, so have a good one.
Whatever.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
See you, man.
Happy
Bye.
holidays.
Good luck, bud.
Get the fuck out of here with your pagan shit.
No, but
Moving on.
back to what I was saying what if they covet, like in the Bible, everything that we have, but they can't have, and they seek to control what we have, right? What's the better way to go that, they don't exist on the other side? The best lie, is we don't exist. We're on the other side. We don't exist at all. Don't pay no attention to us. So it's a possibility, I comprehend. Besides besides being trolled by Vaughn. I mean, it could be.
I'm gonna stick with the blue ball, but it's a cool thought
You
experiment.
know what? You know what, Sean? You should
What?
stay with the blue. Stick with that. Does you good. Yep. All right. So, anyways, people, we went over Venus, stars, NASA, FBI, ISIS, Jade Helm. Bubbles in space. We didn't really go over that, but maybe next time. The fake pic on Earth from the moon, and Hollow Obama, and Project Bluebeam. So, pretty much we went over everything we needed to get over. Let's have closing statements from everybody, if you don't mind.
Call them out.
I'm going to start off with
Just keep asking questions. I know just a few days ago, or even sooner than that, possibly within the last week, one of the high priest clerics of the scientism faith, the Professor Neil deGrasse Tyson, went on live television and talked about how science is so settled that competing alternative explanations or models should not be given the same airtime as actual proven scientific or scientism facts. And I think he specifically mentioned flat Earth theory or flat Earth society in that. So just more of that, predictive programming. Nothing to see here. Don't even try to peek behind the curtain. It's frowned upon. You're going to be ridiculed, marginalized, and really mocked. So keep asking questions. Find out the answers for yourself. With this information age, all that information is out there for you to research yourself, look at it critically, and come to your own conclusions, and even ask more questions about what you thought you found out. Just keep searching for truth, and it will find you. Have a good night, have fun, and peace.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go first. You can go after me, man. I'll just say the education system's good, guys. We advance in science. We learn about the world and the fascinating things about it. In my area of science, we push to treat diseases and learn about them, to diagnose people and such. And then we have other areas of science where we continue to push and learn, like geology and all sorts, and astrophysics, and yeah, we continue to learn and grow about the Earth being round, and we keep pushing out, looking at the stars, billions of light years away. It's fantastic stuff. It's truly humbling to know that we're looking back in time when we look at the stars. That's amazing.
Can I ask you a question?
Education's key.
Why do you have a picture with the name Monsanto's? It really
Monsanto?
it really rubs me wrong. I don't like it.
Well, because first of all, I study.
Is it to wake people up? Is it to wake people up from it, or is it to put people that?
I'll answer. So I study. I do clinical pathology, and I do biomedicine. I'm a third year, And so I've actually done some genetic engineering with the green fluorescent
God.
protein. And
Oh
so
my God, you're a fucking evil son of a bitch.
well, there's a
You
lot of
fucking fuck.
cancer treatments that are going
You're
into,
a
say,
fucking fuck. Oh my
so I'm
God.
just educated.
Wow. Fuck you. Alright, moving on.
Well,
Go ahead.
tell to the people who need insulin, you know. People who need insulin,
Whatever.
and
If you're
that's a
gonna
result
back
of
up
the GM.
Monsanto, if you're fucking an ad for Monsanto's, you can go fucking suck a dick. How
Well, it's
about
pronounced
that?
Monsanto.
What's Monsanto? I don't know.
Well, whatever.
They do a lot for good farmers and stuff. They do some good work.
Oh, you're a fucking son of a bitch. You don't even fucking know that they took over hella farms and they plant seeds because they won't do their farming and they take over their fucking farms. You're a fucking piece of shit. Bye.
I've
Yeah.
been a murderer before. Oh.
Fucking evil son of a bitch. Alright, moving on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Christopher. Say goodnight.
I think when you're looking for truth, you should try to avoid running into stops where you think you found it and continue to look. To be dead set on what you know is right, I think puts blinders on you and
I've been
gets
doing
you
this for
stuck.
15 fucking years. Hold
It
on,
gets you
Christopher.
trapped in a
I've been
rut.
doing this. Hold on, Christopher. I've been doing this for fucking 15 years.
I've
I'm
been
not
married
fucking
for
playing
15
games.
years. My wife wouldn't cheat
And
on me.
that's your
This is
fucking
that.
problem. I've been doing research for fucking 15 years.
I
I'm not
know,
fucking playing around.
but I'm
All
saying
right? I'm
it
not
makes you
married
more
for
blind.
15 years. Fuck. Marriage makes you more qualified than me.
I was making an
That's your
analogy.
fucking.
I was making an analogy of what you were saying about
Anyways,
being in love with the truth or married to the truth. It makes it. You reach a point where it makes you blind to facts once you think you've found the one you love.
No. All right, you gotta go too. Bye.
That's the
All
only
right,
way to
so I'm
keep
closing down.
echo chambers
You're
going is
fucking
to
lying.
kick people out.
You lost your
Did I
mind.
get mine?
Bye. Yeah, let's moving on. I have to.
Okay.
I can't deal with stupidness right now. When I'm gonna close down, I want to close down with some reality type shit. Go ahead.
All right. This is my thing since I'm the last one in here. Is we've had a really good 1 hour that turned into 5 hours. It was great. I mean,
I don't know.
we dealt through so many topics and trolls and non-trolls and ins and outs of everything, and it's been a great time. And I know people got heated, but everybody got to say something, and it was a good time all the way across. So it was really good.
I think I was fair.
I'm really glad you invited us in, and me and Space got to come in and partake in the live show. It was fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And can you tell people again where they can find you guys? Because I'm looking forward to your next show. I hope I am a guest. That'd be nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll definitely invite you over. You can see us on YouTube at Space Camp. That's the name of the channel, Space Camp. Google Plus and
Space
Gmail.
Camp Love.
SpaceCampLive@gmail.com for Google Plus and a Gmail or whatever. So.
There we go.
Yeah.
The Space Camp Live on YouTube.
We don't have a set schedule on when we're going to do shows. It's just, kind of whatever we're looking at in news for the day or topics. We'll take topics from chat. We'll also have kind of like an open format where, if you want to come in and be cordial and, speak your piece on a subject or some new information you had, we're welcome to have you. So, thank you, Rose, and we'll definitely invite you over for a show. Maybe a couple.
I hope so. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, so we covered a lot. We covered a lot tonight. I kicked out a lot of people. You know why? Because I can. I don't give a fuck. I'm the makers of the merry. I don't have to fucking kiss their asses. Fuck them. if they don't fucking understand what's happening right now, do I have to explain it? No, it's not my job. No. It's all just an illusion. It's just, the makers of Oz. Who's behind the veil? I mean, I'm trying to rip the fucking veil down. That's all I'm trying to do. Fuck. And I'm trying to be real about it. And I appreciate everybody that comes on here. I love all you guys, all you girls. Let's just keep it real. Shit's gonna get fucked up. Fucking Obama is gonna go in third term. Shit, what are you gonna do then? He can call martial law right fucking now. Know that he has the executive orders right now on his fucking table. He has that. He can do that. He can pull executive orders and not step down until he wants to step down. That's in the executive orders. He never has to step down as president.
Presidential precedence for that is FDR. I did he was one of the presidents I selected to research in high school and do kind of report on, and he stayed in office for like 3.5 terms because of the war and the Depression. So yeah, there is presidential precedent. It's just more legal now than back then to stifle opposition.
Now, if you look at all this shit that's happening,
if you can't see it, and
can you
don't
imagine
want to see it, then you're not gonna see it. It doesn't matter about being ultra aggressive, to people who don't want to see it. It's they'll see it when it hits them in the face and they realize what's going on. They'll eventually see, and then there'll be those people who come to you like, oh, I should have listened back then, and
they
that's how it is.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Germ brought up the thing is the ethics of knowledge is what I like to call it. Is that these people have all this hidden knowledge, and with that knowledge applied properly gets them a lot of power and control. In their mindset, the people that they're controlling are so stupid and programmed and indoctrinated, they don't care about them, and they're not going to give them that knowledge, or they're not going to be privy to that information. So they just put it in right in front of their faces, just to mock them, and by at the same token reinforcing their programming and model. It's really quite sick and twisted. That way.
That's true.
Yeah, that best lie. It's the best lie. It doesn't exist.
It's bread and circuses. We want to keep you entranced and involved in either sports or awards or movies or TV shows, whatever keeps your attention. And then you know what? And guess what? At the end of the year, we're gonna give awards to the people that did the best job keeping you involved and entranced and mind controlled and away from what is actually happening. Why do you care if Seinfeld gets an award? Why do you care if Beyonce gets an award? Why the fuck do you care if
That's right.
these people you don't even fucking know? You don't even fucking know these people. Why the fuck do you care if they get an award? For what? What are they getting an award for? For keeping you fucking sidetracked?
Derped. You gotta stay derped. Yeah, stay derped.
Have you ever watched any of their fucking videos? Their videos are mind control, propaganda, fucking bullshit to the extreme. Any of them. Watch any of them. You're being
Congratulations, you broke the veil. You're not a derp.
I'm not a derp.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not a fucking derp.
None of us are
Don't
derps.
Be a fucking derp. Don't be a derp. I'm going to give out derp awards at the end of this year. 2 more weeks, I'm giving out derp awards. I am.
Right.
You want to be dumb?
And you wouldn't have people like the troll guys in here, if they weren't reaching for knowledge, one way or the other,
Right.
they're reaching for knowledge, or they
Right.
wouldn't even
I know.
try and come in.
But I know that. That's for sure. But at the same time, I'm not their mother. I'm not gonna fucking make them reach for the fucking derp award. You know, either you get it or you don't.
Hey, who knows? They might be an awakening derp award recipient later on. They may be like, oh, the whole time.
Hey,
The all-time awakening derp award.
There you go. We're starting a new thing.
You never know. I want to give that out. That's a good award. Okay, go ahead, Space. What did you say?
I was going to say it's good once you receive a derp award to take it off the shelf and wrap it in tinfoil and stick it in a microwave, and
don't tell people that.
Just get rid of your derp card, because you will no longer need it. You'll be informed. You'll be able to critically think, and so you'll have no need for the award. You can re-sculpt it into something new and be creative.
That's hilarious.
Here you go, tearing on my Mylar bunker again.
My life.
Mylar bunker. If I didn't wrap my beard in tinfoil and stick my head in the microwave, I couldn't think critically.
Oh shit.
We done broke your mind.
Yeah.
It took one show and we kept you up from 1 hour to 5 hours and broke a mind.
No, I've done
oh
it.
God.
I've done it.
No.
I've done it. You ain't done shit.
No, we didn't do it. It's been a good time. It's been great.
I've done 8-hour fucking videos before.
Yeah,
People know
because
that.
YouTube actually cuts you off at after 7 or 8 hours.
8.
8's the limit.
I went to my limit.
Rose is always pushing boundaries. That's what you get from Rose.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to do that because people are like, oh, we can't get through 8 hours. I have to skip through. And it's like, well, fuck,
well,
you might.
That's not always the case, because
you might be missing some crucial shit.
That's not always the case, because Phantom just said another great hangout, Rose. Take care, peace and love, keep them safe. Shame you always have them in the morning here in the UK. I never get to join, but it's great to listen to while I do chores. So I do the same now.
Yeah.
I don't watch the news or the programming on TV anymore. When I go outside and work, I throw on a YouTube a few-hour chat, and I work while people are talking, and I get some new information and get some different perspectives.
Don't let him lie to you. He just likes to hear my voice in the background. Telling him,
everybody
everybody
loves
mop that mudroom. Do
Germ,
it. You can do it.
Germ, everybody loves to hear your sexy voice all the time. So.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, you know what? It is what it is. You're gonna have people. Don't ever give up. And you're gonna have people that are gonna tell you you're right. You're gonna have people that's gonna tell you you're wrong. Go with your gut. Go with your heart. Go with your research. You always have to do your own research. Don't believe anything I've ever told you on any of my shows. Please just look into it for yourself. All the documents are out there for you. They're all public domain, unclassified. Everything I've ever done has to be unclassified. That's the only way I found out about it. There's nothing I know that hasn't been, cleared in some way or form where somebody died to make it cleared or whatever. Like William Cooper and shit like that. That shit's fucked up, but whatever. But I'm just gonna say thank you very much, and Jesus Christ is real. I love all you people. Say good night.
Good night. Peace.
Good night from the microwave.
Yeah. Good night from the microwave. Stay away from microwaves, actually. Don't listen. Stay away from the microwaves. And I love you guys. Peace out. And if you guys don't like what you fucking hear, you know what? Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I'm only doing it for you. I already know this shit. I already know everything I'm telling you. Everything I'm telling you, I already fucking know. This is not for me. It's only for you. Take it the way you want to, and that's all I can do. God bless.
Who's your best guess ever? Think about it.
Me. Who's the best guest ever? I would say Pillbox.
Oh, fuck. There we go. Kicked us right in the ding-ding. Look at that.
He's pretty hardcore.
She couldn't even give us a... She couldn't even give us a shout out right there at the end.
Oh, sorry.
No, she's probably right. Phil's an awesome dude. I look forward to maybe having Pillbox on our show too. That'd be pretty awesome. He's a good dude. He's got a lot of information. Doesn't, like Rose, doesn't put up with bullshit, and that's what we need.
Mhm.
Oh, good stuff. We'll
Good
catch
stuff.
you later.
All right, guys. Peace out.